Yay, it worked. Okay. Finally, it just kept giving me an error message over and over again. Error, error, error. Good morning, everybody. It's bright and early for some of you. Good morning, Clemson girl, Becca, Scott, Froggy, Steph. Good morning. How you feeling, Steph? Hey, Becca. Froggy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. It's probably too early for the welcome to the jungle, but give me a second. Hey, V. Good morning, you guys. Listen, I was listening to something and I gotta talk to my people for a minute. My friends. This won't be a super intense live. Our washer and dryer gets delivered sometime today. So as soon as I figure out when they're coming to deliver our washer and dryer, then I will schedule an actual live. But while I'm getting, I just got kids off to school, so or the kiddo. Hey, come here right now. Come here now. Hold on, I gotta get the little monster. He went in and started. Hold on, give me a second. That dog, that dog is driving me nuts this morning. He's been playing since 4:58. We have been up since 4:58. Ugh, it's gonna be a long day. Anyways, this won't be like our main live today. I just got some things I want to talk about because my brain kind of hurts. And there's been this big, huge situation this year and a half. I was just listening to Elevated Truths Live from yesterday. And I genuinely, like, hear me out when I say this. There's some parts of me that genuinely feel bad for the dude. Like, genuinely feel bad for him. Because I don't know if he's been manipulated to believe these things or what the fuck is going on. But I'm so sick and tired of hearing he's been attacked by me for a year and a half. Dude, I didn't fuck with you. Like, at all. Not one bit. I didn't talk about you to people. People would come to me and say things in passing, like, did you see Dude? And I was like, no, I don't fucking watch Dude. No. And then when I started talking to Clue and Cletus, we didn't talk about you. In fact, we're going to talk about that because I got some questions now that are kind of just like hurting my head. Fuzzy, that part right there. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I'm not catching everybody. Good morning. Thank you all for coming in. Good morning, Andy, Fuzzy, Cher, Proud Mimi, H. Again, Froggy, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. You got your notification this morning, Fuzzy? That's crazy. Girl Bubby, Girl Bubba, Terry Ann, probably should be very careful. Linda S, Cat, Reese Jam, Pointer Lover, Shelly Bean, Chris, Froggy, thank you for the treat. S Francisco, Tuxedo Baby. Okay. Oh, yes, I know. Okay, listen, V. I also downloaded this thing called Opus Clips that helps you take long form content and put it into shorts. So I tried it last night. It costs a fortune, and that was a 3-hour live. It cost me $77, and it made me 15 clips out of a 3-hour live, and I'm not happy about any of them. Like, some of them are okay, they're salvageable. I'll have to cut them down so like the main point is put in there, but I'm like, ugh. So I don't know what to do. I need to do chapters. By the time I get done here, if I'm being honest, I don't want to look at my video again. I don't want to open it. I just want to shut the computer and shut my brain off. That's the bad part. So I need to start doing that. I do it and then I stop because it just gets to be too much. I do need to try to do that better again. I will. Yeah, the app thing, it's a great idea, but I'm just not pleased with them. I'll throw them up today or tomorrow and let you guys decide what you think of the clips, but that's a 3-hour live and it costs almost $80 for that much for 15 clips, and I can go in and clip my own content very easily like that. So I don't think it's worth the investment, if that makes sense. Thanks. These are things I suck at. It's a time thing. It's a time thing, and I know you guys really enjoy it. So I'll go back and do a few more. I do really good, and then I'm like, fuck. Shut the goddamn computer off. I don't want to listen to that shit again. I'm sure you guys understand. Hey, gotcha. Good morning, Frank. Southern Mimi. Okay. I got a question. How many of you recall when shit popped off with me starting to do content on Elevated Truth? Do you guys remember when that happened? When I actually started to do content on Elevated Truth? Do you remember what kicked that? You don't have to be specific about the date either. Yes, after Super Bowl. Okay. So you guys recall. I didn't do content on Elevated Truth. In fact, I couldn't understand why people were doing content on Elevated Truth. It was actually like I didn't really start even paying attention to him until April. February, things popped off and things didn't make sense. But it wasn't until April. And I'm getting really fucking frustrated by this being lumped into this year and a half of this attack on Elevated Truth. That's just not true. And I'm really sick and tired of being lumped into all their behind the scenes shit with the family. And let me be very clear what I'm talking about. I'm talking about their relationships with Chris and Katie Proudfoot. I have nothing to do with any of that situation. And I'm going to be very clear and separate myself out of that. I didn't have conversations like the rest of them did with them. I had 2 conversations with Chris Proudfoot. One, Duchess was on the very first one. Chris asked to talk to me. It was odd. I avoided it for a little bit. Then I decided, okay, whatever. Duchess was on the phone with us. The second one, Kyle was in the vicinity and I was on speakerphone the entire time. That was it. That was all. There was nothing major learned from it. That was it. I felt some sort of way because I don't do true crime. I didn't need to. I felt uncomfortable. I've told you guys that. It was a me thing. I didn't need to even, that wasn't something I needed to be involved in. But I continue to now get lumped into this group. And you know why? You know why that is? Because of that fucking call that I took from Granny. Granny called me on December 5th, 2024. Wrecked. I did what a friend did. Picked up the fucking phone and listened to my friend. At the time, what I thought was a friend. That's all that happened. It was very concerning what she had supposedly been told. And I'll be very clear. What I was told was that, and I've actually read this directly from the transcript. And by the way, stop the bullshit. All of you saying she didn't know. She just told you she recorded all the calls. She told all of you that she recorded all of my phone calls. So you're meaning to tell me that you're okay with her having my recorded phone calls outside of just this one, every call recorded, but oh my God, Becky's got the transcript of it. Yeah, you know why? Because it was fucking important, or I thought, for her to report and protect herself. Yeah. Oh, goddamn. She told you she all recorded the call, and then now you're having this. Oh my God, Granny said she didn't know. She just fucking told you she recorded the calls. Are you joking? Are you fucking joking? And you think for 1 second, meanwhile, I am in Arizona and it is a one party state. So save your fucking weird shit as is, because that's just not going to work. End of. But she was very aware. She was very aware. That's why she so confidently told you she recorded my calls. I don't care. Put it out, because it's not going to fucking affect me. I don't even care that she has them. That's why I wasn't even shocked. I was like, oh, yeah, okay. But I'm so sick of the selective outrage about this. But that's not what I want to talk about. I picked up that call December 5th, 2024. I was there for a friend. It really hurt hearing her like that. But more than that, the information that was supposedly disclosed to her in that call, and like I said, I've read you that transcript piece. She told me that while she was on the phone with Chris Proudfoot, that Elevated Truth called her. That is what she told me. You want me to read it again? Truth, I hope they tell you to listen to this. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. So this is exactly, I don't know what she lives in. Vivi, it's not even a question. I just said that because Vivi, or not Vivi, Granny she has admitted that she has all these calls recorded, but now her little run tellets are running around acting as if she doesn't know I have the transcript of this, even though she's got the recording of the call. Um, they don't realize, and it says in this transcript that she's aware that this is going to be a report for law enforcement. Like, this is how stupid it is. And she acknowledges that. So it's a mute point. All of it's a mute point, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't even matter. But I want to read to you this part. So 39 minutes into the call, she's telling us at this point in time, we've brought Amethyst into the call. She's retelling me the information that she already did so it can be transcribed. She says, yeah, he is very revengeful. Talking about Chris. She goes, so then Truth, as I'm talking to Chris, calls me. I've never spoken to Truth. I'm not a fan of Truth, but I know he knows things I know because I can tell by the way he's reacting. So he reaches out to talk to me and he says to me, I'm going to confide things in you and I'm trusting that you don't say anything. He's like, I've had people say to me, oh, don't trust Granny, don't trust Granny. And I'm like, yeah, that's Clue. Like, I'm not like, you know what I mean, but okay. But he said, but I feel like you need to know some of these things, because I can tell you're where I was, he said. This might help you understand. So he's claiming that he went and then goes on to talk about stuff around what they know. Did you understand what that was just said? Granny communicated to myself and Amethyst that she was on the phone with Chris Proudfoot and Elevated Truth contacted her. Elevated Truth is telling us in his live yesterday that she reached out and contacted him. Semantics. Who called who doesn't really matter, but it does. It fucking does. Because if what Elevated Truth is saying is true, why did, according to Elevated Truth, Granny reached out and wanted to talk to him? She contacted and initiated contact with Truth. How did that contact become facilitated? Was it through Cluminati? I'm assuming so. And why did Granny tell me that after she's saying all these things, and then it was weird? Because then after I get done, she reaches out and says, hey, you okay? That Clue reached out to Granny after all these things and her discussion with Chris, and Clue reaches out and says, hey, you okay? Well, that would make a huge difference, because then a lot of those things that Granny is saying about how these calls went would be fucking fictional. Not that it matters with the information, let me be very clear, but if there is that third party that connected this, Clue, or facilitated that phone call, why would that have been a connection between, who made that connection between Granny and Truth? So we know that Truth was talking to Clue and Cletus at the time. We know that Clue and Cletus are close to Chris and Katie. Okay, cool. But how would we think that Granny would call, of all people, Elevated Truth, who she's been saying to most of us that she couldn't stand? Why would she call him? How would that even come to be? It does matter. You're right, Casual Art. Good morning, by the way. It would matter, right? Fuzzy Puff, it does matter. It does matter. Yes, exactly. It's major to me. And listen, this is why my dislike of Truth has nothing to do with this situation, because I'll be very clear. I've told you guys from jump, and I said it then, I didn't like the man before. So I went into this phone call not liking any of the characters that were talked about. None of them. You've heard me call the other one a jackass. Like, I don't care any of these for these people. But the part that I'm struggling with here, Elevated Truth thinks that for a year and a half, I have been attacking him. He is firm on that. Repeats it over and over and over again. That's not true. There will never be text messages with my closest people for a year and a half that talking about Truth, except possibly in passing one or two here and there, like if he did something and somebody caught it, and or somebody went on panel with him and it was a big blow up, or he was on a panel somewhere else and he was mentioned in the panel or something, things like that. There was no in-depth discussion. In fact, Amethyst and other friends of mine watched him because they didn't like him and they didn't trust him, and they knew I wanted nothing to do with it. They all watched him. I wanted nothing to do with it. Didn't like him early on in summer of 2024. Out of the whatever. This call didn't change anything for me with what Granny said on anything. The only thing that came, and I'm telling you, all I can tell you is my personal feelings. After that call, I was wrecked. I was. And that's because my own emotional situation and my own trauma and life experience. It was hard for me to process the information that Granny relayed. It was an extremely emotional situation that I was like, what the fuck? I quickly regulated that because I came back to reality after processing through like this horrible information. And I came to the realization real quick, none of this can be vetted. I don't know if these things were actually said and who they were said by. I have no idea if this is being intentionally baited to be put out there in the public. And the baseline, this information all involves the dignity of a minor child. And why the fuck would anybody be doing this? Why would these conversations be going on? And that furthered my distance from the case of anything. I don't do true crime, so I was never interested in like the case details. I was interested in the case details when creators were out here creating blob images and, you know, fucking misinforming people and creating crazy stories and dog handlers, like shit like that, of course. But this, we're talking direct information about a child. Nuh-uh. Nope. This stuff would matter to investigators, law enforcement, people that are actually doing stuff in the case, but it should not ever have been relayed if it was to creators. That to me always seemed intentional to amplify things and continue to trickle it out there to see who was going to take the bait and put it out. It was almost like it was being intentionally put out to say something derogatory about Sebastian. And that bothered me. But I reconciled that really quickly and chalked it up for what it was and moved along and continued to talk about the creators who exploit, because it's not just one missing child's case. It's not just one missing person's. It's a wide variety. And these creators have a history of doing that over and over again. That's who I focus on. So none of this even mattered. Truth was not a factor at all to me. And I'm being 100% straight up until February of 2026. You know why elevated truth became a factor on February 8th of 2026? Because Cluminati reached out to me. Now, walk with me here. So I'm telling you what Granny told me when she called, that she says, and I read you verbatim, she says that he called her. I always thought that was weird. I'll be honest. I always thought that was really weird. Like, why the fuck? And I figured Clue was probably the connecting factor there. That Clue or whatever was probably the one who connected them. Didn't really care. But I think it matters. And let me explain why. Because if it's true, and what Elevated Truth is saying, that Granny called him and disclosed all of this personal information, she lied to me. She completely lied to me. If she felt some sort of way after these calls and then reached out to Clue, her and Clue talked, and she's like, oh, you should probably talk to Truth. He's really struggling with this stuff too. That seems more likely at this point, doesn't it? Tell me honestly, what do you guys think? Tell me what you think. It seems more likely, when you really sit back and think about it, that she probably contacted him. If you're comfortable telling me your thoughts in the comment section, I would love it. Sue, thank you so much for the island. Thank you, Sue. Good morning. Hey, Winnie. Well, I'm going to wrap it all around. I think Clue probably had a conversation with both of them and said, "Oh, Truth is struggling too. Why don't you reach out and talk to Truth?" I bet there was a third party. I would bet. And Truth, I would love for you to listen to this and tell me if I'm right or wrong. Please, because I've been lied to, obviously, because I read verbatim. If that's not how that went, please correct it. Because Granny told me she was on the phone with Chris Proudfoot. I read you verbatim her words. And you contacted her. Not that this matters, because it doesn't matter to me. None of this is the reason I disliked you or stayed away. That was long before all of this. That was back last 2024 when you called me a cunt. You remember that? I didn't fuck with you from that point forward. No big deal. But the things that matter are going to kind of, you might hurt your head a little bit here. So let's take that into account for a minute. Give me a second. I think Clue connected them too. I do too. I think so too. I think she contacted. Yep. I think so. I think Clue likely talked to both Granny and Truth and said, "You're both struggling with this. I think it would be a good idea for you to reach out and have a conversation with Truth. He'll understand what you're talking about. He's had similar experiences. Connect." That makes sense to me. Why Granny told me Truth reached out to her was probably saving face because she knew I couldn't stand him. Well, Mocking, follow me a little farther. Okay. So I had to think about this. So the phone call happens. Like I said, for me personally, that didn't change anything. Didn't nothing. I processed my own emotions about it and moved on. Back into my content, nothing further. It wasn't a discussion behind the scenes with me and people, except a couple close people of like how we felt personally on the situation and what could have happened to Sebastian and things like that. Outside of my very, very close circle, that wasn't talked about with anybody. In fact, I think I only had those conversations with like one or two people because I don't have any solid, and I still don't, opinions on what happened to Sebastian. So outside of that, there was no further discussion. Nothing about the phone call, nothing. Because it was the RICO. I got really involved in detailing the RICO. Follow me through. I did, right before I did the RICO, I was doing a timeline of the rumors and the speculations and how this case broke on social media. Do you recall that? For my OG Islanders, you've been here. Do you remember how I was doing a walk back in time, the initial creators who first broke Sebastian's case on social media and where the rumors stemmed from? I'm sure a lot of you recall this. And it started with like Trevor Lee and people who initially first brought awareness to YouTube about Sebastian's case and how quickly we were doing an entire timeline of the creators that brought it through. That was what I was working on right before this RICO popped off. Well, Gatsby, but if this is true, we've got, and there's a few pieces here that, yes, he's absolutely lied about crazy shit, crazy, stupid shit. But there's some things that I'm wondering if there's not another factor. And I'm just talking this through to you guys because some of you have been around and will understand where I'm going. So I do that timeline. I'm working on that about how this case had built. A huge foundational piece of that was Cluminati. Cluminati and Cletus were two of the first characters, and I did content on her. Her and I didn't get along. I went up on Queens and cussed her the fuck out and called her out and told her she was a liar right to her face and then proved that she lied about Katie's friend in the interview. Now, to a lot of you, that didn't make sense why that mattered. To me, that mattered majorly. Independently, that made a big situation for me. And I should have just bounced. I should have bounced. Now I've learned enough that I would just bounce. But I got up there and it called Clue out because that call with Katie's friend Gabby, that live stream was supposed to be a pre-recorded stream. We were supposed to be there for a pre-recorded stream so it could be gone through and anything that's not needed edited out and then put up to protect her privacy and also to make sure it didn't get off track. I showed up that day being asked, which was really weird that I was asked to be there. Everybody said that. I felt it. I was like, what the fuck? Why me? Why? And my dumbass should have said, no, no. I could not understand why. Why am I being asked to be there? By Clue. And Duchess reached out to me. And I'm pretty sure, I can't recall right now, I'd have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure Chris had reached out to Duchess and asked us to be on that. Okay. So, where we do that, it ends up going sideways. It was weird. That whole situation was weird. I felt really weird about it. As you guys could tell, I got really uncomfortable and everybody was like, what the fuck? Nonsense is asking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable as fuck. 100% straight up and told you guys right away, like, that was weird. And I didn't know what to do. So I just tried to take it back to asking questions. That's all I could do. But a lot of you knew that I was uncomfortable. Okay, moving forward. That's over, done with. I address her on Queen's panel. I popped the fuck off and told her, you're a fucking liar. You're a fucking straight up liar. She's like, I didn't fucking lie. Her arrogant bullshit. And I was like, really, bitch? You didn't fucking lie? The fuck you didn't. Went right back to my wall, fucking slapped the proof up of her lying. She lied. That was supposed to be a pre-recorded call. And it was just a quick, oh, we're going live. To a lot of you, that doesn't make a difference. It did to me. Because when you're talking about information around a case, that's something that is very, it could go right, wrong, real fast. It could go, if you're trying to protect the person and making sure that what they're trying to communicate is awareness-based and factual, then you don't want to do this. And meanwhile, during that call, if you recall, she's getting texts. Gabby was getting text messages from Katie or Chris. I don't remember if it was Chris or Katie. One of them. Another thing that wouldn't have happened had it been a pre-recorded call. Because if there was things that we were going off track and getting into, that would have been able to be edited out. It's a huge fucking difference. Thank you, Titanium Built. You understand what I'm talking about. It's a huge difference. Yes, it's a huge difference. Doing it live versus doing a pre-record is a major thing. So to me, it mattered. But like I said, I went with it. Should have dropped. Okay, moving forward. I call her out on Queens. I call her a liar. I fucking throw the shit out there. Prove that she's lying. And kept it moving like I always do. Fuck Clue. It was no big deal. Then it comes out about the racist conversation in JB Gunners. I address that. Just like I do with every one of them, though. Am I shocked about this shit anymore? No. No, all of them. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. I'm so sick of the targeted, like, this person said this, and this person said this, and this person said that. I get so sick and tired of their conversations about, well, Clue said this, or I've had my friends, women of color, told to shut the fuck up by a white woman about racism. I've had my friends called tokens because they're my friends. I've had information around a missing child's case dangled over my, like, there's just fucking shit that I'm real irritated about right now, especially with the little outrage at the moment. Anywho, let me get past that. I'm so sick of that entire conversation. Yeah, there is no place for conversations like that. But none of these people are across the board about their stance on racism. If we're just going to be honest, they are not consistent across the board about racism at all. And you all see it, you all know it. It's used when it's needed for a fucking here you go. Because the same people that speak so outwardly about racism, the same white women that speak so loudly about racism, call women of color tokens and then tell them to shut the fuck up about racism, make it make sense. It's not about the actual standing against racism. It's about, oh, gotcha. And that's really gross, but it's true. Okay, so that happens. She's called out. She goes silent for a little while. Cletus comes out, makes a response. Elevated Truth deletes his channel. Runs from the internet. But Elevated Truth actually deleted his channel after a lot of salacious information was dangled on his channel. Do you remember that? A lot of salacious shit around Terry Lynn, Sebastian's case, Crabtree, who I'd never liked, ever. Crabtree stayed the fuck away from me. So we have some foundational pieces. Let me wrap it around in case you're falling off course here. Major factor. Clue and Cletus. First ones in the neighborhood. In fact, if you go back to that timeline that I did of who was covering Sebastian's case the earliest on and had all of these situations, it was Clue and Cletus. There was an entire situation where she made an apology to the neighbors in the neighborhood on behalf of what happened. Okay. All right. So that was what I was working on before I started detailing the RICO. So take it back. Bring it out. Bring it out. That was what I was laying out, was the characters that were the first involved who were running misinformation and causing a shitstorm and how it was covered. And we were doing a day by day, the news broadcast versus the creators and kind of how things happened. Okay. RICO kicks off October 18th, 2024. Phone call with Granny happened for me December 5th, 2024. I started doing the RICO coverage, which was extensive. We did extensive coverage just like I do with anything. We broke it down. We went through all of the documents, anything that they quoted, live streams, anything, all of it. We went through bit by bit and looked at it. That RICO stuff took me months. Months. Quite the diversion, wasn't it? Come on, little buddy. Your dad's gonna kick your butt. Come on. Come on. Okay, then take it in there and be quiet. Sorry, Coop doesn't know if he wants to be in or not. Okay. Now, again, just to be clear, that phone call happened. My feelings personally didn't change on really anything because in reality, none of it could be vetted. Did I feel some sort of way? Yes. Was what I told concerning? Yes. But could I honestly vet any of this? Nope. Not without having conversations and asking questions. I didn't want to. I'll be flat out. I didn't want to. I had already stopped communicating. Besides a couple passive texts that I've showed you guys, like the extent of those, nothing major with that. I didn't want anything else. I wanted to see it just like all of you. Law enforcement is the one who needs to be finding these answers, not me. I didn't encourage any further communication whatsoever. Didn't ask any questions. And the only way I would have been able to vet if any of that was actually said was to have direct conversations with them. I wasn't interested because I didn't need to know those details about a missing child to begin with. I didn't want to. So, no further contact. Clue and I go through our thing. Okay. The RICO kicks off. Okay. All of a sudden, Sebastian's case becomes secondary because BJ starts poking a little bit at Clue. And that's truthfully how that happened. Brittany J started poking a little bit at Clue. Come here, buddy. Come on, take it out here. Bring it out here. You can bring it out here. Take it out here. Okay. No. You bring it out here and bury it somewhere. Go find to bury it. I'll let you today. There you go. Good boy. This is so crazy. Like, I wish I could put this all on paper for you guys and make it make sense easier. I wanted nothing to do with that. So between me popping off on Clue, calling her a liar on Queen's panel, just completely popping off, that was the end of anything. Because I was like, fuck this shit. Like, why are you lying about something as simple as that? That was a major thing to me. But she lied straight to everybody about it. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, that said a lot. So I parted ways when that happened, distanced myself completely. I was covering BJ alongside the RICO because BJ for Granny was the foundational piece of why she got or seemingly got pulled into the RICO. But I wasn't just covering BJ. I did initially start out covering all of the plaintiffs and the entire injunction in Pennsylvania. But then I continued to cover BJ. Well, over the course of time, after I've already been covering BJ sporadically since March of 2024, Cluminati starts covering BJ. She starts covering BJ because BJ had, I don't even recall, it wasn't anything major to begin with. Not at all. Had nothing really major to do with it. But I was like, okay, whatever. She fired a warning shot back at BJ and said, you don't want to fucking rah, rah, rah. And a lot of that surrounded around BJ being associated with Seth Rogers and having Seth Rogers on her panel, and Cluminati being associated with Chris Proudfoot and having Chris on their panel. So both of them had content with parents of missing children, and they were going over each other's content, and then it became personal between the two of them. But follow me. Clue was supposedly true crime. That was her passion, right? In Ted's words. She'd covered the Idaho 4. Very shitty. Very, very shitty. You should see some of the panels that they did on the Idaho 4 and the victim shaming of the roommates and shit. It's actually really gross. But she was true crime. That's why she got into Sebastian's case, supposedly. But all of a sudden, she puts aside all of her true crime aspirations to start covering drama. Sometimes I wonder, Joe. There's a lot of things I don't have answers to, obviously. So BJ and Clue start going back and forth. And listen, that's where I got interested. Like, what the fuck is Clue calling out BJ? Because I'd been doing content on BJ for so long at that point. I was so sidelined by that and pretty taken back by like, okay, what's going on here? But I'll be honest, I didn't really give a shit. I didn't give a shit. BJ quickly facilitated people on her panel that were Kim and Crafton that were going real life. They were trying, BJ and her crew were trying to link her ex to the situation. There was some weird thing. And as soon as BJ and her crew really started to link or attempt to link Clue's ex to Chris's family, shit popped off fucking sideways. Nothing was the same from that point on. Do you recall? I'm sure BJ does. Do you guys recall when that happened, though, when they started trying to piece together, and she admitted publicly that she had been trying, because I've played it, she was trying to link Clue's ex to Chris Proudfoot's family. Okay, you guys remember. All right. Clue at that, rightfully so, to all makes sense, right? After and trying to link it to a family member, blah, blah, that can't be vetted and piss somebody off. But then escalated from there because then you add in characters like Kim and Crafton, which by proxy, this I do not think had anything outside of just the Krama factor. The Krama factor starts coming into play. So we got our baseline here of Clue being pissed because they're trying to link her ex and her to Chris Proudfoot. That's the baseline of where their issue started, was that. Then you add in all these other real lifers, the website by Crafton on Clue, which only gave Clue more ammo. In reality, it backfired. And I said that from jump. Then you got the channel Herplip that came out, started doing the craziest shit, doxing the shit, going after Clue's family. And you mean to tell me that they've invested all this time and energy in hunting down people like Reality Wins and attempting to dox Reality Wins, but they've never paid attention to Clue's Herplip channel? September of 2024, Rolling Nomad, done by JP. None other than JP. Hey. Okay, I said, okay, I did give you permission. You could do that. Okay, what are we doing? Cooper, your nose, buddy. Can you use your paws instead of your nose, please? Now your nose is brown. Come here. Come here. I told him he could dig and bury his bone, and now he actually took me serious, and he actually buried it. Okay, so Herplip channel. Buddy, oh my gosh, you and this. He's such a cattle dog. It's so funny. He's such a little dork. So that really escalated things, but I've always questioned why Herplip in the background. Now, this is just a secondary piece of just some of the like pieces, but that channel is created and does foul, vile shit, says wild shit, extremely focused on Clue, making Clue a victim, re-victimizing Clue, bringing up shit. But they've never, with all of the energy that they have towards everybody else that offends them, they have never dug in and tried to dox that person. Think about that for a second. Of all the things they've told you that this person is like 500 different people, they've linked it to all sorts of different people, surface level. They've done their riddles online publicly, but they've never dug into that channel, let me tell you. Okay, convenient. Interesting. Clue and I start going over into Clue's channel when she starts doing BJ coverage after our big blow up on Queens. She can't fucking stand me. I knew that. Feeling was mutual. But I figured, you know what? I want to see what the fuck's going on here because I'm missing something. So when people are telling you that I was collecting private info in the background, no, it's these things that I was observing and having conversations about that don't fucking make sense to me. I wasn't collecting and storing private information on a fucking person. I was paying attention and asking questions that didn't fucking make sense to me. There's still a lot that doesn't. In the meantime of all this happening, an account pops up That's about the level of Cluminati's herp lip that calls me a child trafficker. The name of the account was calling me a child trafficker, and the description of the account directly stated that Kyle touched children. Disgusting. Abso-fucking-lutely disgusting. No proof of who it is. The channel was reported. Kyle and I handle it like we do. I brought attention to it because they made a comment under one of my videos or a post. I don't even remember. I was in bed, and Revival saw the comments because she's a huge part of my channel, and she hid them and then texted me and said, Beck, you need to see this. Something to that. I mean, that, not exact words, but she alerted me to it. And I was like, what the fuck is this? They wanted to be seen. Was created and then to get attention. She hit, didn't delete, and I brought attention to it. I came online and said, here you, this is where we're at. We the account. I got all the information I needed, reported the account, and kept it moving. I didn't lean into it. I brought attention to it, surface level, and no further. That was it. Kept it moving, just like I always do. Holy shit. Sue, thank you so much for the finger heart. And In the Pines, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Good morning, and thank you. Welcome to the cabana.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. We got...
So, that channel goes away eventually. Am I roboting? Fuck yeah, Joe. And my brain is just in overdrive. That's why I had to like regurgitate this shit publicly to you guys so you can understand where I'm at. Is anybody else roboting besides V? It might be StreamYard because StreamYard was having a traffic issue this morning and I couldn't even get on. See, this is what happens. I put something in my ear while I'm doing all my other chores and, you know, getting going about the day and doing stuff. And then all these thoughts come flying in my head and I'm like, oh. And a lot of the times I'm like, oh, I don't know where to put this, but here we are. So that happens. We just keep it moving. Clue starts leaning heavy into BJ content. But what was weird is I was being told that Granny couldn't stand her. And that she, if you go back to that call that I just read you that little part of, supposedly, according to Granny, she told me, now this isn't a big thing, but it matters. She told me that Cluminati was telling truth not to trust Granny. Okay. So, Granny's telling me that she can't stand Clue. But it sounds like her and Clue were actually pretty okay, and she's more likely who reached out to actually truth through Clue. So I'm being told that Granny doesn't trust these fuckers, that she thinks it's all a setup, which I agreed, because optically at the time, it absolutely looks like a fucking setup. And I think it still is. But I think organizing this a little bit better, the setup is more clear today than it ever has been. I'm continuing my coverage. As you guys know, I barely watch anybody else if I'm there. It's late in the evening. Like last night, I hung out in Jay's for a while. I was commenting the entire time I was there. Then I left and crashed. That was it. If I'm there, I'm present in the chat and I talk. If not, I'm doing research, building my content. I'm not in a lot of these live streams, so there's a lot of shit that I missed. Intentionally, unintentionally. But I made an effort during that time when Clue started reviewing BJ to be present. I will, for sure, Joe. I will. I made an effort to be present intentionally. I wanted to see what the fuck was going on. And I was also really concerned because misinformation about BJ had started flying. A lot of misinformation about BJ started being put out that I started to have to debunk. So I had covered BJ enough to know like certain things were just not true. Not at all. BJ does XYZ, but those aren't things that BJ usually does. Things that Clue and Cletus were accusing her of. And other friends of theirs were starting to accuse BJ of. And I was like, well, that's fucking weird. But it kind of makes sense, some of it, when you add in BJ's associated trauma friends. Okay? So that piece of it kind of makes sense why some of that would escalate just naturally. Layers and players. Layers and players, my friends. Layers and players. Oh, Kramit absolutely is a piece of this. That's why Queen flips her fucking lid every time I bring Kramit up, and so does Kramit. I know what I'm talking about there. Okay. So I start going into making myself known that I'm there. And this is after the blow up and Clue out for being a liar. I knew she was a liar. And I was also finding out real fast how much they were misinforming people on BJ. But I kept it going, kept it cute. Meanwhile, looking back, I had no idea the extent of misinformation they were actually pumping out there, because when I do long, extensive lives myself, I tend to miss all of the other shit going on. So I'm getting pieces of it here and there. You know, this is going on, this is going on. And I'm like, oh, okay, whatever, whatever. I start being more present. Next thing I know, one day out of the blue, Clue and I had already exchanged phone numbers way early on. Like, she had my phone number back in 2024 when we like first met. No big deal. Her and I start communicating again. The RICO is going on. I was covering that. But right before the RICO, take it back here again. I'm going to take it back just so this piece. Right before that, I was heavily doing a timeline of all the chaos of what actually happened on the news media and with creators in Sebastian's case. Day by day, an extensive walkthrough of what we knew factually from law enforcement, news stations, and creators. The rumors versus what was actually being stated by the media. And I was learning a lot. A lot of things that didn't make sense. And a lot of those foundational pieces of the rumors, the salacious gossip, the disparaging information on Sebastian was being put out by none other than Cluminati. That's just a fact, Jack. So the RICO happens. I cover that. I stop my timeline because that takes priority. Granny and I start building a relationship, which we didn't have. We never had a relationship at all. Not one bit up until that point when I started covering the RICO, and it became beneficial for her. Didn't intentionally become beneficial to her. We didn't know what we were even looking at when we went into it, just like Julie. Had no idea. But I was just determined to break it apart. And the truth was on the defendant's side. That was a mess. That would have never gone anywhere. They didn't even file their exhibits, you guys. It was placed on At Night's website. You mean to tell me, another thing, I just want to say this. You mean to tell me that At Night Media is contacted by Cluminati, who says to Nick the Hat, I've got connection with the family members. You want to chat, basically? And Nick exposes that shit. You mean to tell me that Cluminati is added to their exhibits that are never filed, as though she got a C&D from At Night, as though she was getting an injunction? Never happened. It was all fodder. Every bit of it was fodder. Fluff. Filler. Okay. They file the injunction against Barbecue and Granny. It should have just been easily tossed out, settled, no big deal. But I defend them defending their fucking names. Absolutely. Seth went on media and said that they'd have blood on their hands if Sebastian wasn't found. Gassed the situation way up. All right. That all goes on. Clue now has shifted her focus from anything around Sebastian's case, what seems like around Sebastian's case, to solely doing BJ coverage. Clue has now stopped doing what we see publicly as true crime coverage on Sebastian's case at all. She is solely focused on BJ. BJ. So I'm going in there more often because that's what I'm covering is BJ. Things were really not making sense, but okay. You can ask my said I gotta follow this. I gotta figure this. Don't know what's going on here, but I gotta I don't know what I'm doing. There's pieces of her I like. There's things about her I connect with. Things that make sense, and there's things that don't. And my friends that care about me said, look, you do what you're going to do because we know you're going to do it no matter what. But I don't fucking trust her. I don't trust the situation. I do not trust her. I'm never going to, but I'm going to trust you and I'm going to support you. Okay, cool. My friends were worried. They were my actual friends, not creators. We're not talking creators. We're talking my actual people. They've told you themselves. They felt some sort of way about it. But I am stubborn and gotta go find out for myself. Next thing I know, shortly through this situation, Cluminati tosses me of all people, a link. Chris Proudfoot got up on her panel. Was it April 15th, 2025? Hits that link on her panel and completely unloads. Actually says some very horrific things to Brittany, which I completely disagreed with. He did half-ass apologize that same day after he told her to go swallow a shotgun. Things like that were just horrific. Should have never been said. But I saw a parent of a missing child that I personally do not like. I shouldn't have any feelings about any of these people because I shouldn't know who they are, because the only reason I know who they are is they have a parent missing or a child missing. So I put my personal everything aside because I had been. That's how I'd been navigating all throughout. I don't fucking know, and I'm working on unvetted information about the parents, so I'm going to treat them all the same. They're not convicted, they're not nothing, they're not accused, they're not nothing with law enforcement. Until law enforcement has anything, I see a parent of a missing child completely breaking down, making horrific statements and threats that's going to be used, just like Seth, for fodder on the internet. Clue throws me, of all people. No. Nope. 96 OG. Nope. Go back and listen. Clue and I had already had phone numbers. Nope. Clue and I connected in 2024, had a blowout, and then we circled. Nope. And none of this made sense back then. And if you can't understand that these pieces didn't make sense back then you don't know what the fuck what is going on here. None of this shit made sense back then. Pieces of it were falling into play. And other people in here will tell you that there's pieces of this that have been falling into more public pieces of it. But no, that's not true. And I'm sorry. On some of this, I'm just not going to give. Because there's nothing wrong. Like, I didn't do anything fucking wrong. Not at all. And I'm not going to even pretend that I did. I navigated this like a stranger on the internet with very limited information of things not making sense. And I am personally not going to get invested with parents. That's my stance. Always has been. So she throws me a link that day, April 15th, 2025. out of everybody, me, the one who didn't have any further communication with Chris, the one who hands-off approach. Nope, I don't need to know any of this. I don't want to know any of this. Nothing. She offers me a link, but she's close to Queen. She's close to Granny. She's close to Elevated Truth. Me. That was weird. In the moment, I didn't think twice. I saw a man melting over all the bullshit on the internet and thought, you know what? Maybe I can just distract. Fuck. I'll go up there and talk about fishing. That's exactly what I did. I went up there to try and distract and change the subject. That's all I did. Because I saw a man saying horrific shit that would be used for content. Not because I cared about Chris Pratt, but because here we are with this round and round. Everybody, and it's going to be dissecting this, rightfully so. But that's what I didn't think twice about it. It wasn't to coddle, be there for Chris Proudfoot like Amethyst is. That's fucking bullshit. As you heard, I read our text message that said I called him a fucking jackass. I see him like I see all of these people. Human beings that have missing loved ones, and the internet's doing what the internet is doing. But they have a hefty hand in what the internet is doing, and I'm going to be very clear on that. So that happens. People around me are like freaking out. And I told them, I was very open and honest with people. I said, look, you can feel however you want to. This has nothing to do with Clue. I just clicked that link, tried to distract, tried to change the subject. That was it. That was all. Nothing more, nothing less. That was all I wanted to do, was distract, change the subject, and move along. Well, then people were freaking the fuck out about it. Losing their goddamn, how dare you nonsense. The fuck? You're going to tell me what to do? No, I see a man that this is going to be built into content. Every one of these families. And I was like, fuck that. So going on, next thing I know, Cluminati, one day, I'm in her chat, throws a wrench on me. A wrench. In the YouTube optics game, what does a wrench mean? Anybody want to take that? Knowledgeable idiot, thank you so much for the hiding. And Kay Binkley, thank you for the gold coin. What does a wrench mean? Optically. Power, connection, friendship, trust. Every one of my mods is somebody I trust, consider a friend. And they have the ability of harming my channel. Or helping. It's a very trust thing. Loyalty, power, yes. Means we're close to the streamer. Yep. Okay. Clue and I talked occasionally. We would text random funny things, and it was mostly like BJ videos. As you guys know, I'm an anal person. So when they would start spewing shit, I would be like, no, hold on. Let me get you the timestamp, and that's me. That's me, publicly, privately. It doesn't matter. It doesn't shut off. As you guys know, my brain doesn't shut off. It's just a thing. I know it's not manic. It's just, I got a lot of thoughts that go all over. And usually they're pretty organized. She tosses that wrench on me, and I'm like, oh, okay. I felt off about it. But let's see what happens here. I did feel off. But I was like, that's quite the statement publicly. And it threw me back because out of everybody, I was probably the one she talked to the least. But publicly, she told all of you that her and I communicated more than anyone. She talked to me more than she talked to anyone. And I was thinking to myself, well, that's fucking crazy, because if you talk to me more than you talk to anyone, and I actually looked at my phone call log. That's a funny thing. Very sporadic phone calls. Very, very, like once every 2 weeks, once a week. a couple times, like once a week, mostly like every couple weeks, every 3 weeks, I would talk to her on the phone. And it was usually Cletus and I going over some videos or something like timeline shit, nothing to do with anything. And it had nothing to do with Sebastian's case. Nothing we talked about. Most of the time, it was about what BJ was doing. Because that at that point, that's what Clue had shifted her content to. We didn't talk about Sebastian's case or anything around, except for things like, oh, did you see like when Chris and showed up at the house, stuff like that. Very passive. They started to tell me some of their thoughts and feelings. I never asked. Never asked, because I have the stance that I'm not going to ask you questions that I don't want the answers to, because I don't want that information on my shoulders. And I had already been in that position and felt some sort of way. Thank you for the treat. Already felt some sort of way. So I get a wrench. Then she publicly told people that her and I communicate more than she does with anybody else, that she talks to me more. That's branding me in this arena. Tell me I'm wrong. That brands me. Okay. All right. So then going forward, everything's continuing. She's doing BJ coverage 90, and I'm 100%. I don't have anything to hide. I can go back and show you all of our text messages and show you that our conversations were me sending videos, timestamps. Oh, is it again? Shit. Why is it roboting? I don't know why it's doing that. I'm sorry. Is it bad? Vivian, no, she didn't. You're right. You're fucking right. You're right. Okay. Well, it didn't really cause a separation, but it almost branded me as if I was really close and in depth with Clue and Cletus. And I had a few mods that were a little concerned about it. They were like, what the fuck? Because they know that I'm not super close. Like, our conversations aren't that in depth. I'm not talking to him that much, like in passive. And then when I did talk to him, it was about BJ stuff. Like, people that actually communicate with me, I'm telling, like, yeah, it's not that deep. Like, it's really not anything, because it wasn't. I'm passing links and timestamps and videos trying to make sure that they're pushing correct information and debunking their shit, because I just debunked this shit and they're upheaving everything that was factual. It was a pain in the ass, actually. Then one day, accounts start rolling into my fucking chats, and Clue and Cletus's family's names, their child's name, people that I don't know, that are supposedly connected to them. And I'm being told that these are names, and there's accounts popping up. Like, I can go back and pull some of them that are their family's names, the daughter's name, people that I don't even know who they are, but they were real names. And I know for a fact one was the child's name of these troll accounts. My mods don't know who they are. So I made the decision, because we were having trolls coming in with their family members' names on them, to throw a wrench on them, so I didn't have to look and see or try to figure out who this person was, or allow trolls in my chats doxing them. You know what's really interesting? All those accounts that were in those names, their names have been changed. Every single one of those troll accounts has been changed, and a couple of them have been changed to troll accounts of me, like Becky's parole officer. If you know where I'm going, you know where I'm going. Right, Joe. Granny's telling me she don't like him. But Granny talks shit about everybody. You got to remember, Granny shit talks Granny don't like anybody, because Granny is the victim of everything. Granny is out for Granny and Granny only. And if you guys don't understand that, well, fucking buckle up, because Granny shit talks everybody from Clue to Queen. It was always the, if she's so fucking rich, then why isn't she blah, blah, blah? Oh, she's got a fucking pool, blah, blah, blah. It was always these things. And then it was always this, poor me, I'm in litigation and she's claiming she's rich over here and she's making so much. And I know that Granny asked specific people to cover BJ to take views from Queen and Clue and all this other shit. I knew Granny was absolutely stirring shit between all of us. It was very fucking, Granny is very out for Granny and very immature. Granny is like dealing with a 12-year-old. But that's not how I dealt with her. I dealt with her straightforward, very blunt, very to the point. Okay, I'll listen to your shit. I don't really care. I knew a lot of this shit, and she was telling me shit that Queen was saying about me. Then they'd get on the phone and she was telling, I was like, fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. I knew that Queen didn't like me for years. It is what it is. I knew what I was dealing with. But those accounts that came in is the reason I gave Clue and Cletus wrenches, because those accounts were names of their family, and they were. They absolutely were. That's not here nor there. It was their daughter's name that really bothered me. And I gave them a wrench so they could handle it. So I didn't have to. My mods didn't have to. That was a courtesy thing of, here you go, block those people. That's not okay. Those accounts, though, like I said, all of their names have changed. A couple of them have disappeared completely. But one of those fucking accounts is now Becky's parole officer. Ding, ding, ding. Interesting. Okay, the more you know. And again, this is why you don't listen to people like idiots that run around and take what I say and say I've been collecting information and processing things and asking questions, and as nonsense as collecting private info, because when you have people that can only think surface fucking level Jones and looking at your ass again, and they run with shit like that. Oh my God, she was collecting. No, it was never like that at all. I was asking questions and having conversations and paying attention to things that just didn't make sense. Yeah. That part too. Okay. Mind you, none of with any of this I have said, have I mentioned truth, correct? Not a single bit have I mentioned elevated truth, because he hasn't even came a factor yet. I think I gave him wrenches. Revival, are you in here? I don't know if you'll recall. I'm sure I have a text of it when I reached out to Revival and said, hey, their family members are coming in and I'm giving them courtesy wrenches so they can handle it. I'm sure there's a text message between at least me and one of my mods that I can find an actual date. It possibly was after the ROs. That could have been when it was, but I'm not sure. It was either before or after, which would have been October of 2025. So we go a little while. So I click the link in April of 2025. That happens. That creates a shitstorm for me with people in my own little circle, because they took that as an opportunity to crash out and have a whole sideline thing. It was never about this stuff. Her amethyst issues have nothing to do with this, even though it's got misconstrued and mixed into it. It had nothing to do with this. She's blatantly lying about my situation with Chris. I had nothing to do with him. I had already cut communication. I took it for what it is, but I was very straightforward with her too. None of this can be vetted. We don't know if any of this is true. I don't like him on a personal level, but I'm not going to come out here and say all this shit and do all this shit, because we shouldn't even know who they are. They have a child that's missing. I feel some sort of way about it, but that's where it's going to stay. And that's what it's going to be. And that was that. No further communication, nothing. So the ROs happen, which incites an entire fucking community, pissed off, rightfully so, because she didn't follow through with it. She didn't show up for court and or make her case. Do I think she would have had a case if put together appropriately? Yes, I do. Because they, by proxy, were trolling and they were deleting stuff. And there were videos now that I've actually seen a couple of videos that people had that they didn't send me to begin with, which I wish they would have, because I would have played them. Of Clue basically saying she was going to North Carolina. She was going to show up in North Carolina. There are clips of that. There are videos of that. she removed shit like that. So if you weren't paying attention, she deleted those videos. And there is videos out there of her implying that she was going to North Carolina to visit Brittany. There were. Then you have on top of it, so the RO happens, that creates a shitstorm. We're in October of 2025. Then you have in the same time frame, I don't remember if it was before or after, Queen getting a video of somebody driving by BJ's house. Yep, absolutely she would have. Yep, but she completely fucked that up. The C&Ds went out in September, which never made sense, and put a little bit of a target on my back because I didn't get a C&D, and I had done the most thorough, best coverage of Brittany debunking her out of all of them. And that's just a fact. That's not an arrogant thing. That's just I stand what I stand on. I don't do low shit, and I debunk. I use her own words. I wasn't going low. There was no real life shit happening. None of that. None of that started happening until Clue and Cletus and others tapped in. And I'm not putting this all on Clue and Cletus. Queen, none of the real life shit happened for an entire year when Brittany and I were going back and forth reviewing. And I was the main person debunking and reviewing her. There were other people also, but I was the main person.
Okay.
Which one? Give me a second, you guys. I'm just muted for a second. Kyle just got up. Sorry, I was just checking on his finger. The swelling has gone down a little bit since he got his antibiotics on him last night. Okay, so where am I at? So the ROs happen, that incites a whole thing, like escalates the temperature, the real life starts happening. Queen magically gets a video. And Queen, if you recall, that happened, I think, on a different platform, but Queen said over and over, and if you were here, you remember me saying over and over again, where the fuck did you get that video? Where the fuck did you get that video? And it was, oh, it was buried on X. It was buried on X. It's been on X. Everybody went and looked. No video on X. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. No video on X. None of somebody driving by BJ's home. But Queen all of a sudden has this video of somebody driving by BJ's home. Okay. All right. Sure. Okay. All right. Okay. Weird, huh? Weird? Kind of. Okay. Hold on. I can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm going to clean it all off and take the garbages and stuff out of there before they come. Will you be home by then? Possibly. Okay. Well, I'm just going to take the dogs out. Sorry, guys. We're just doing our morning thing really quick. I'll bring the dogs outside and stuff. Kenzie and I already determined if you're not home yet, I have to pick the little one up at 3 because she's staying after to make up her test. And then I'm going to take the dogs outside and I'll just keep them busy out here with, I'll probably give them their lick balls and keep them outside, or we'll just keep them down here. And then the guys can maneuver in and out, because now that we don't have a gate this way to block them from going, they're gonna need that whole area, so I'll just have to keep them outside. But I'll get it all cleaned up before they come. As soon as I'm just doing it like a run through, spewing my thoughts to my friends that have been following this stuff, and then I'm gonna do content actually later. But I'll be done with all that this afternoon and get it all done, taken care of. You guys want to say hi to Kyle?
Hello, everyone.
Kyle says, "Good morning, everyone." Want to show me your finger?
Not really.
Okay, you don't have to be on camera. You're not ready for it.
No.
I love you.
Love it.
Take your breakfast sandwich, please. So you eat something. Sorry, gotta get my boy off to work. Priorities, friends, priorities. Okay, so ROs, people driving by BJ's house, that incites everybody. It amplifies the temperature. As Francisco, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Appreciate you. Very much appreciated. Thank you. So the escalation happens. Our washer and dryer gets delivered. She's not muted, Becky. Ugh, it's okay, you guys can't. You can hear all of our salacious details here. Unfortunately, what you see is what you get. We're just an old couple. He gets up, goes to work. I kiss him goodbye. Like, it's part of the thing. Okay. So back to it. So this happens October 2025. The ROs, everything kicks off. Joe, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Some of you are probably like, Becky, it's about fucking time you start paying attention. Look, when you are in this, and they pull you in from every direction, it is hard to piece this apart. So all these people having all of this, well, you should have called this out. You know how little I know about the Sinner and Queen situation until now? I knew 0.5% of what's been said in that situation until recently. You don't have the fucking time. Sorry. And my people that I'm associated with might watch some of this stuff and they might give me the heads up on a few things, but I knew 0.5% of the overall between Queen and Sinner until I went and looked myself. Because I've always told you guys too, you can tell me something, but unless I can go watch it and vet it myself, it's not even calculating. So I heard these other sideline pieces were going on. I didn't have time. I don't have time. So everybody can be like, oh, you can't. Why now? Well, bitch, because some of us actually do content and extensive content and actually follow what we're talking about very deeply. Another Jones and post. Ugh, that one just can't get off my fucking ass. Anyways, October of 2025, Joneson, because of Amethyst, starts dangling out that I know information that would harm my channel about a missing child. And information around a missing child's case. She's implying about Chris Proudfoot, not Sebastian, but about Chris Proudfoot. Because she is being told, we now know, because Granny outed that shit, so I'm assuming probably similar of what Joneson was told, is that I was close to Chris Proudfoot, that I went in deeper, because I'm sure in Amethyst's mind, even though she knew I had no conversations with Chris beyond 2024 whatsoever, like I told her flat out, she knew that. But because I was willing to have conversations with Clue by proxy, that meant I was getting close to Chris and Katie Proudfoot. That isn't even remotely the case. But that's what she ran. And Joneson starts dangling out publicly in October of 2025. These are just the facts, Jack.
Hey, stop.
Uh-oh, got in trouble with Dad. They're like, well, bye, Dad.
Bye, I love you.
I love you too. Have a good day. I'll talk to you in a little bit. So she starts going over there because I'm defending Clue and Cletus about the ROs. Again, the Amethyst situation never had anything to do except for I cut her out of my life because she attacked somebody I care about. That's the basis of why Amethyst got cut out of my life. However you guys feel about it, that's yours. that happened publicly to somebody I love dearly. Revival is one of the best things that this space has ever brought to my life. And the audacity of this person to come in a public chat and attack somebody I love dearly who has never done a fucking thing besides stand up for me, be there for me, be a true friend, a real true friend, like somebody I really consider a part of my life. I was taken back just because Amethyst and I had met in person twice. She thought some way, shape, or form that was going to cause me to out Revival. And this does play a factor in this. So just from what I have dealt with, this is a factor in my shit. So it's valid because it's been more valid now. That person was hurt because I chose my friendship with Revival over her. And I read you guys the messages to prove to you that this had nothing fucking to do with anything that I knew about Chris, Sebastian, anything, because I was telling her, this is what happens to families at a whole. This is what I'm fighting against. This is what I can't stand. She used me clicking a link on Clues to make this whole stance, blah, blah, blah. Then she took the opportunity of running to people that have a vested fucking hate of me. Okay, cool. I don't care. Joneson doesn't like me. It's been a fucking thing because of the Yep situation, because I stood up for a friend of mine and said, look, this person's a fucking scammer. Call her out. Be done with it, because people that I care about had been taken advantage of. Joneson has had a chip on her fucking shoulder about me since then. That's what it is, and that's where it will stand. Her and I will never fucking see eye to eye because she will always have that fucking chip. Meanwhile, her own fucking people is who finally came out and outed who the fuck Yep was. All I did was say, like, hello, people are obviously being fucking hurt and scammed. Can you say something? And then it was the most performative fucking bullshit. And that's always been a fucking thing. Because it was handled like shit. And they tried to brush it under the fucking rug as fast as possible. That was a piece. So Amethyst found somebody who had a vested hatred in me. Joneson. She ran to Joneson and took that vested hatred. Meanwhile, you want to know who hates Joneson more than I've ever? I don't hate anybody. I dislike this person because of the fucking bullshit I've dealt with because of her. But I got rolled through the fucking mud because Joneson listened to Amethyst, who we know now was telling people that I was close to Chris Proudfoot, that she knew that I got closer to Chris. Never happened. That never fucking happened. I talked to Clue, but Clue put it out here publicly. She threw a wrench on me. She put it out here that she talked to me more than she talked to anybody else. And if you know anything, she talks to Granny and Queen a lot. So when you say that, what you're giving out here publicly is, oh, fuck, they're on the phone all the goddamn time. They're real fucking close. They're best friends. That's why when all these people are like, you had a best friend in Clue, huh? The fuck? Clue and I didn't talk like that at all. We didn't have like anything outside of the YouTube streets. Like there was nothing. Did we have a few like normal conversations? Yeah. Very, very few. Very few. It was all around YouTube drama. And I'm sorry, that's not the foundation of a friendship. That's just how I work. That happens October. Joneson comes out and starts publicly dangling that I know something that would hurt me, and she's dangling breadcrumbs. Well, that disgusted me. Absolutely disgusted me. What, sis? They're not coming until 4 to 6 tonight. Yes, they're taking the old ones with. Yep. Yeah, they're bringing the new ones and they're taking the old ones. What? Kenzie's worried about the washer and dryer. When we came home the other day after our date, the teenagers are like, what did you guys do? And we're like, well, we're getting the new washer and dryer will be here on Tuesday. And they cheered. My teenagers cheered about a washer and dryer. My adult daughter is obsessed with vacuum cleaners, and my teenagers cheered over new washers and dryers. I don't know what I've done to my children, but they like they like clean things. Can I say I'm proud? But that's a true statement. I know, Kenzie. I know. I know. It's because the dryer's been sucking, the heating element's been going out in it. Okay, I see it. See, it took 2 days to dry my clothes. Look at the poor kids and the poor kid in the chat and her sympathy thing. But I got a really good deal on a Whirlpool set. Are they Whirlpool? They might be GE. They're either GE or Whirlpool. I went with the old school, but they're one of the highest rated ones. They're top loads. They're really nice. They're basic, but they're really nice. But I got them for like $4.70 something a piece, which was a damn good deal. Damn good deal. Anyways, adulting things. Okay, so that starts happening in October 2025, which sidelined the shit out of me. I'll be honest, that fucked me up. Good one, Joneson. You want to hear something? That fucked me up because I sat here racking my brain going, what the fuck are they talking about? What are they talking about? I don't have contact. I don't know anything factual. None of this can be vetted. The only thing I know that would even be remotely anything would be the call with Granny. And I told you guys that. I said, oh, it's a great deal, Sparky. It was a great deal. Spencer's is where we got them. And they're not from the ding and dent section either. But they do have a ding and dent section too, which was a great deal. On other appliances and stuff. So that starts happening. And it starts really fucking me up. Personally. I told you guys that I was like, I don't fucking know what the hell is going on here. I don't know anything. And it really made... What? I've never spoke to Nick or anybody. 9mm. That's never... See, and here we go again. That's never happened. I've never talked to Nick. I have never worked with anybody. I've never spoken to Chris, or I've never spoken to Seth. I've never spoken to Nick. I've never spoken to any of these guys. Anybody. Oh, shit. I forgot. Damn it. I forgot. Yeah. Never, 9mm. Not one single. There is nothing with me. I've never spoken to any of them. Not a single time. Not once. Not before, after, during, nothing. I've never spoke to these guys. The only person associated with any of this that I've talked to is Chris. And I talked to Katie on Duchess's panel when we did that awareness panel. That's it. Let me guess, that's Granny? That doesn't shock me, considering what I'm talking about right now. That doesn't shock me at all. In fact, I expect it to only get worse because this is probably going to make sense to some people. So that happens, which sidelined me and really caused me to just kind of go, what the fuck is going on? And then I never understood why they were always like paneling truth and things like that. And I was like, what the fuck? But I think Amethyst and her, whatever she communicated to Joneson probably caused Joneson to think there might be some information or something. I don't know. I have no idea what the intent with truth was, but I wanted nothing to do with that man. Joneson, Nunya, that group of people were paneling with him, asking him questions. That was all them. I had nothing to do with it at all. Didn't start attacking truth. Truth is still not a factor in any of this in my timeline of what like I optically and personally experienced and went through and things that make sense to me. And just factually like where things have been. So we chalk that up. We hear about it. We try to just keep it moving, but it sidelined me. She continues to do it. She continues to put it in her things that she knows things that would ruin me or destroy me about, because I know things about a missing child's case. And I'm not following because everything I know is about the dignity of a missing child. And it really fucked me up. I was like, how fucking gross do you have to fucking be to do this shit when it's not true? Like, I don't have nothing else that I can tell you. It's not fucking true. But the only thing that made sense was Amethyst was on that call with Granny and I. And it was all hearsay. No, Amethyst is back here telling them that I had a personal relationship with Chris Proudfoot, obviously. And we heard that in Granny's email. Thank you, Granny, for outing Amethyst on that. I appreciate that because it made sense finally. Amethyst was going around telling people that I got closer because I clicked that fucking link at Clues, which it was so surface that had nothing to do with anything else. It was so fucking surface to me. I didn't think about anything outside of just clicking a fucking link and trying to distract. That's it. That's all. There was nothing nefarious, nothing I didn't even think through. I just clicked that fucking link because I saw a man melting and I knew the fucking YouTube streets were going to be ablaze and all I could do was distract. Why was I offered a link? Well, you tell me. I have no fucking clue. But that set off a fucking whirlwind for me privately and publicly. Because Amethyst used that to try and isolate me against people that I fucking care about. And then when she didn't get her way and I blocked her, rightfully fucking so, because she crosses every fucking boundary that ever is known to man. Not just with this situation with Jones and either. I mean, she fucking did all sorts of shit with somebody that I supported and cared about, that I showed up for and went to support in real life, that had breast cancer. I'm talking about she fucked with everything and anything she could and caused any type of pain that she could for me. And I was navigating all of it, just whatever. So I'm covering the RO situation October 2025. November comes around. We're still covering this shit. December rolls around. Still covering all the same shit, you know, just covering shit. You guys know how this place is. It's one thing after another. Things popping off every different direction. Okay. Now we're going to start getting some interesting things. So that all kind of calms down some. But I happened to be tapped into a call one time, a three-way call with Clue, Cletus, and Granny. No big deal, nothing salacious or anything. But I noticed that they were way more comfortable, Clue and Granny, than I ever anticipated. I didn't think, because Granny had been telling me she didn't like Clue, you know, mocking her all the time and, you know, talking shit and stuff. And okay. And Cletus told me he didn't trust Granny at all. So I was kind of like, oh, this is interesting. Didn't care. Noticed it. Definitely paid attention to it. Felt weird, but whatever. Maybe they just all of a sudden, you know, gotten comfortable with each other. Whatever. Like I said, no big deal. That is when Cletus gave Granny the advice to do the declaratory judgment. That's what we were actually talking about. But there was a level of comfort between them that I really didn't expect, because according to what I was told, you know, they didn't trust Granny, nor did they give a fuck about the RICO, according to what they told everybody. Wanted nothing to do with it. And then he's advising her to file a declaratory judgment in Pennsylvania to really stick it to BJ. Okay. All right. Well, interesting. Whatever. Why? Why does it even fucking matter? Like, who cares? You're just costing yourself more money. You're just costing the community more money, is all I kept thinking was, okay, that's weird. All right, whatever. December rolls around, the holidays, everything goes. Everything's fine. January rolls around. I do the fundraiser for Granny. Everything's fine, because at that time she was still dealing with Pennsylvania stuff. They were still like throwing shit different directions at that point. And yeah. Then I started asking questions. Because one day, Krama Reels comes in my chat and says, Terry Lynn's my best friend. Do not ask me what the fuck connected for me. Do not even ask me why that said what it did to me that day. I have no idea. It sent fucking red flags through me like a motherfucker. On top of that, Body Movin' had made the comment to me, Brittany is a distraction. These things all happen in the same, I think, week. And Body had been saying that. This isn't something new, or like I'm not trying to throw her into anything. And this wasn't private. She said this publicly. It was a chat. I don't even think it was directed to me. It was just Body said, BJ is a distraction. And then Chroma Reel says, Terry Lynn is my best friend. Holy fuck. Wait, what? Terry Lynn, the person who has been on the ground causing all sorts of fucking chaos. All sorts of fucking chaos. Lies and supposedly planting evidence. Finding evidence. Planting evidence. I mean, there was just so many different fucking rumors around Terry Lynn and the bullshit that's been going on. You guys know that. I know that. Like, Terry Lynn is a person. On top of that, that bitch and Julia the dog handler were passing my docs around. There's more characters than this. This is just a very surface. I need to get this out of my brain and right here. Do with it what you want. Make of it what you want. I just need to download and disclose, like, my thoughts for a day. Just all of this shit needs to be put where it is. Truth is still not a factor. Not privately, not publicly. He was not mentioned in phone calls between me and anybody. He was not talked about. By this point in time, every time we did talk with Clue and Cletus, they did start bringing up Sebastian's case. Telling me their thoughts and feelings on things that they knew or had seen or experiences. And they would throw it in there like, all of a sudden Clue we'd be on the phone, we'd be talking about something else and timelining stuff around BJ or the ROs or something. Never anything to do with the case, ever. But they would find a way, and it was always Clue, oh, well, shit, you don't want to know this stuff, so I'm not gonna. And I was like, yeah, don't tell me anything. Like, I don't care to. Oh, well, but I think we can tell you this. I think I can tell you this. And then there was always some, you could tell, like, look at Cletus, like, is that okay? Kind of thing. Like, it was weird, but I could tell. I could sense it. Kyle could sense it. They start telling me things that they think and feel about Sebastian's case. And I'm like, okay, well, all right. Well, if that's true. And then I get off the phone with them and I'd sit and think through it. And I'm like, well, that, you know, if that makes sense, or, you know, that sucks, or, well, I guess if that's true, then law enforcement, you know, because that's how I am. I'm like, I don't fucking know. And I don't feel like I'm going to solve this case, or I wanted nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with it. So I chalked it up to whatever. They obviously think they've seen things, know things. I don't feel that way. But okay, cool. So that's all good, fine. Everything's fine. Randomly, hold on, let me get you a date. I can tell you when shit started to really change. Now, at the meantime, Queen and I have had issues on and off for quite some time. Like, there's been a lot of fucking weird shit over the years. That's a whole sideline. Layers and players. Layers and players. I had told Granny I didn't trust any of these motherfuckers. Didn't trust any of them. I felt the setup was, and I told her that. And I also knew that Queen was fucking around. I told Granny that. You guys have heard those text messages. I was very, very open with every single one of them. These are things I'm clocking. I do not like it. The shit talk of all of them doesn't shock anybody. They're fucking petty. They're petty behind the scenes. They're competitive. They're all about themselves, especially Granny and Queen when it comes to money, the subs, everything like that. They are very, very competitive and very much so a part of like weird shit. Okay, moving back. Hold on. I'm going to go back to January in my text messages, because you also notice that when Clue and Cletus released my messages, they only released the selective end of the messages. Okay, that's fine. That was very intentional. I knew what I was doing, and I still know what I'm doing. If you think that I've lost my mind, I encourage you to sit back and hold on to your shorts, because that's farthest from what I've done. Okay, so here. Let me just kind of scroll this so you guys can see what I'm reading through. Sorry, I'm still in my pajamas. I'm just going to kind of show you. So, this is January 31st. It's saved as not sure because she texted me from a new number because she changed her number in October. I told you guys that. It's kind of weird. So you see, I'm sending her clips and timestamps about Brittany. Can you see that? I'll read you the messages, but just so you can kind of see. Okay. Like I said, she saved as not sure under that account because in October, randomly, she switched from a Google burner account. And this is supposedly her real number. I don't know what's what, but that's another thing that's really odd that right before those ROs hit that she switched her Google account. Okay. This is January. January 31st, I said, bitch started her stream, breaker kicked. Craig says, can you go check that? And Brittany is sitting there as she goes to, and he is sitting there as she goes to kick the breaker, and he says, hurry and shut that. It's cold. Like, I was astonished that Craig told her to get up and go do something. That's what I sent her. February 1st, she says, you awake? I said, I was out like a light. I ended up just logging off after your live. She goes, so I'm down for 7 days, but don't announce that. February 1st, she texted me and said, I'm down for 7 days, but don't announce that. I said, who hit you? What the fuck? Cletus channel up though, right? She goes, yeah, and Jonesin. Pretty sure because of that turtle song, but totally worth it. I said, what a dumb bitch. Crybaby bitch. That's not shocking. I don't care for her. Why would I? Especially after all the fucking shit she's done. She goes, I said, I don't understand why she struck you unless for the video Cletus made of her because a bunch of us played it and she didn't strike. She goes, then she goes, because I said, I don't understand why she struck you. Talking about Jonesin because it didn't make sense to me. She goes, so I actually think it was reality. Fiance is going to do a show on it. I said, okay, good. I'm glad you guys have his channel to use. She goes, also, how many times did she say let or let's last night? I missed the number. I said, let me go grab it. I think it's like 180 plus that she said, but it's 99%. Let's see. I'll go back downstairs in a second, grab the number. She goes, the one from last night? I said, vent session. She goes, okay, Queen heard you say that too. So she already knew it was 183 or something. I said 187, let's. I said, has she mentioned anything about Dark Horse yet? She goes, no, we are not saying shit until she does. I said, good idea. I haven't seen all of that yet, but I didn't think she had. Listening to this, I swear I heard it, or she goes, listening to this, I swear I just heard a kid crying, not a cat. And I said, I think so too, but didn't want to say that. The way she muted to me thinks the boys were probably arguing, fighting, and one was crying. I said that household is a disaster, but I didn't bring it up publicly. Okay. She goes, see, I have a different outlook. I think they were fighting and they got upset. I said, that could be too. I don't know if they'd cry though over them fighting because it's normal. It seems there. Kids fight, right? That's what everybody says out here. Okay, whatever. But you notice all of this is about BJ. Every bit of this is about BJ coverage. Besides the fact that Clue says on February 1st, she gets struck. Okay, hold that in the back of your mind for a minute. Continues to go. And she says, oh, here's something private. I'll share with you. I said the comments she made about I call him names too. Oh, I bet she sets him off at times intentionally for victimhood. Sorry. That's the way I felt. And I still do. She goes, I thought the same thing. Clue says, I also think she hits him. She said, I beat fiance. That doesn't come from nowhere. And I said, Kyle and I seriously don't fight or argue, really. We grumble at each other if tired or something stupid, but both of us refuse to argue and fight like that. Hearing them act this way makes me twitch. Then I sent her, what is this? These are the documents from Dark Horse. This is when all that shit. Do you guys remember the Dark Horse panel? Good morning, Center. Do you guys remember the Dark Horse panel on Elevated Truths? Who recalls when Dark Horse got up on Elevated Truths and everything fucking went to shit? Dark Horse. the Dark Horse shit. Imagine that. Now, mind you, Dark Horse had been around from 2023, resurfaced herself 2024, threatened to call CPS on BJ's kids. 2025 actually follows through with calling CPS, but she had appeared on Jay's panel, Queen's panel, all over. She was everywhere. But that panel right there on February, they started saying that they were getting pictures in the back chat, right? Okay. So we are obviously having a conversation, and I share with them everything because we were genuinely concerned. And if you remember, Cleta said, look, I'm actually concerned about this lady. If she is in witness protection, then A, she needs help from somebody within this, whatever she's doing, or this is somebody impersonating her. Cleta said very clearly that statement publicly. I agree. Completely agreed. Not only that, at the same time this shit's going on with Dark Horse, that panel happens. She called the cops, supposedly on Clue and Cletus. At first, when she gets up on panel on Truth, she denies it. She sounds fucked up as hell. If you remember that, she sounded fucked up. She denies calling their sheriff's department. I already knew that she had because Clue and Cletus had told me on a phone call that she had called the cops on them, supposedly. This is just what we know. First, she denies it. Then she admits to calling the police. Oh, yeah, well, I did do that. And I was like, what the fuck? Okay, this shit's really fucking weird. So you have a person claiming that they're in witness protection that's been around for years, and she's calling the cops on them. What is going on here? So I sent Clue and Cletus everything that she had sent me, so we could try to get to the bottom of who is this person, where are they, because I genuinely think the person needs help. I really do. Something is really off, and I will remain in that boat. Something's off with Dark Horse, but I think Dark Horse is absolutely a piece of this being used by certain people. That's a whole other side piece, but it matters because she is who essentially opened the door and normalized the CPS calls. She jumped right up on Jay's panel and took credit for the first CPS call on BJ, the first wellness check on BJ. She admitted to the wellness check because she didn't want us getting blamed for it. That was her. And then later she admitted in a chat about the CPS. That's factually how that happened. So she hops up on Jay's, admits to doing the wellness check in May of 2025. April. Actually, it was April. No. Hold on. April 2025 was the CPS call. May of 2025 was the actual wellness check. She admitted to the wellness check in May 1st. So that would have been after the wellness check. She hopped up on Jay's, took accountability for the wellness check. Then later on in a chat, she finally admitted to being the person who called CPS in April. Okay, that's how that went. So we know that she is the wellness check before we knew that she was the CPS, but then she admitted to both. Okay. And that was April and May of 2025. So this is February 1st. BJ goes live. She's 15 minutes late. I said she just brought up Dark Horse, because they were really leaning into the Dark Horse shit. Well, behind the scenes, it was being content farmed. Okay. Not a big deal, but it is a factor. Dark Horse starts making comments like this. What I wish people understand is that Nonsense and everybody I had initial contact with was to educate on how I was introduced to the programs I went through to get my protected status and how my family and programs helped me through it. It was not to involve them in drama. Nothing I did had anything to do with them. My contact was just to tell them how the programs I had gone through was available to anyone going through certain issues to help them get their lives back. It completely backfired because no one actually read those emails. And it goes on and on about all this stuff with Dark Horse. Really odd, really weird. The Dark Horse situation has always been a side piece that just doesn't make sense. Just another person that is involved going real life, doing crazy things. Okay, that's what that is. Dark Horse makes all these comments and community or like under videos and shit on Cletus's page. And then she deleted all of them. February 1st, if you recall, my friend and mod, Mal, late in the evening, gets invited up on Elevated Truths panel. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I get a text message from somebody that BJ is going off on Mal. And I was like, what the fuck? So at 9:47 p.m. my time on February 1st, now I don't know when the panel with Dark Horse on Truth actually transpired, but it was in this like same time frame. 9:47 p.m. I texted Clue and said, any idea why she's going after Mal again? Because I'm watching BJ and she's going after Mal. She texts back at 11:45 p.m. and says, fuck, this is great TV. She goes, yeah, Mal may or may not have been up on Truth with us. I was like, what the fuck? At this point in time, I had already determined where Mal was. I found out. And I was like, what the fuck? In fact, I texted Mal and said, get the fuck off that panel. Not telling you what to do, but get the fuck off that panel. Sure did. I sure fucking did. Said, I'm not your mom. Get the fuck off that panel. They got Mal up there. Truth, Clue, and Cletus. Asking her all sorts of questions. I felt really odd about it. I texted her back at 7:39 on the 2nd, and I said I was so confused and couldn't find anywhere live at the time. I get 0 notifications on 99.9% of lives and never have. So by the time I figured out where she was, BJ was losing her mind on live. I'm worried she's going to try and hem Mal up next in a no contact order. She texts back nothing about that. And she says, when are you going live? And I said, in like 14 minutes. Then I get a screenshot from Clue that has, it's Chroma Chronicles, and it looks like a Discord message, and it says, what the fuck, she's requesting money from me, laugh my ass off. And it's from some Melissa C account, and then Chroma Real says, what the fuck. That was it. That's all. I have no idea what that's about. February 2nd, I said, well, let's see what that triggers. Dark Horse, I'm sure will be around soon again. She goes, oh, she will. I said, oh, well, Cletus is up next. She goes, yeah, he may go on later. I was like, Saved by the Bell. She goes, when was the first live BJ did about you? I said, or she said BH. And I said, who's BH? And she goes, BJ. And I said, April 7th, 2024, I think. It was right before she tried lumping me in with Dark Horse on April 9th. Everybody following so far? If you're lost in the chat, it's okay. You probably need to rewind because this is an entire, like, releasing my thoughts. This is Deep Thoughts with Becky of all the shit that has never made sense, and it still doesn't really make sense, but it's becoming way more clear of why it doesn't make sense. And then you have people that are saying that I've been working with At Night Media. That will never be true. Will never, ever be true. Subpoena me. Pull me into court. Watch what happens. If I say anything right now, with the confidence I say, on my entire family, I will get, oh, look at, I'm missing a lash. I will guarantee you that that will never be true. And I don't say anything on my kids or my family without standing firmly on it. It's the dumbest thing they could run with, but it's intentional. It's because this bitch is not dumb, and they know that. That's why they had to have a hand into me to kind of understand where I was and what I was doing the entire time, right? Because I cut communication with certain people, and I was always a wild card because some things don't make sense, and you might be thinking surface level of who this is. Well, just hold on to your horses. Then she sends me a picture of some candles. She said, girl, someone done sent me Laura CPS candles. And I said, careful. I heard they explode. I said, she wants attention. It was just likely her that did that. And she goes, possibly. But it's like this. If your product is good, I won't knock you. I said, and she goes, it's hard as fuck to run a small business. So I won't ever knock someone who does that. And I said, right. I agree with that. If it's good, it's good. She goes, what are you doing? February 3rd. I said, huh? She goes, she goes, WYD. And I said, huh? She goes, that means, what are you doing? I said, oh, stuffing my face. What are you doing? She goes, oh, with that? With what? Oh, with what? And trying to find a comfortable position. And I said, a breakfast burrito. I said, did you hurt yourself? She goes, yeah, my back's been out for 2 to 3 days. She said, I can't even stand up straight. She goes, so I have a game plan. I made a $499 tier on my YouTube and I'm going to do my lives and then move them over. And I said, fuck, that sucks. And I said, $499? These hoes will crowdfund for access. She goes, oh my God, I got to talk. I said, call, or she called me and I said, call you back in just a few on the phone. She goes, I'm glad you actually didn't answer because I was going to be really mean. I got a doctor's appointment, telehealth. I was going to drop a bomb and hang up. That's what she says to me. She goes, I may or may not have poked the fuck out of Shady and War Eagle in Discord last night. And she said, and dear God, Mallory is now on Trisha's. I said, let me go tell her to get that ass off of the panel talking about Mal. I tell you what, there I go again, corralling my people. She tells me that Mal's on Trisha's now, and I'm like, fucking Mallory, get off the panel. Again, that's exactly what I did. I'm like, go. I love Mal. I'm not her boss or anything, but I just don't trust these other creators. I don't. And they were content using Mal to poke at BJ. That's exactly what was happening. So anyways, so this is our back and forth. Okay. Moving along. She tells me she started a Kick. I said, what's your Rumble link? And she sends me, I had to do it on Kick. She sends me her Kick. She goes, did you hear my live? I said, yeah, I was there for a while and then had a meeting. Did something happen? She goes, oh my God, she was screaming. I was also showed the article about the fire, LOL, which was not correct information. I do too, Elizabeth. I'm just really protective of her. So anytime I'd get wind, and it was always late in the evening that she was on a panel, I'd be like, get the fuck off the panel. DD Bucks fan, thank you for the hiding. I love Mal. But I hate that. Like, I'd be like, okay, I'm not your mom and I'm not going to tell you what to do, but get off the panel. Because I knew what they were doing. They were using Mal to poke BJ to get her to rage out. And yeah, I didn't like that. I know, Elizabeth, that's exactly right. I was like, God damn it. She's a grown-up. I'm just protective. Okay. So, February 3rd. Now, for anybody, like, all of this, put a 1 in the chat if you're tracking where we're headed. Put a 2 if you don't. It's okay if you don't know. It's totally okay. It's fine. It's probably way better if you don't. But put a 1 in the chat if you are clocking where we are and what I'm talking about here and why I'm talking about this. So she sends me her Kick link February 3rd. She told me she was down for 7 days, but don't say anything on the 1st. Then she drops me a Kick link. Okay, cool. She had to do it on Kick. Okay, Kick starts. And that's totally okay, Linz. It's totally okay. You're trying to. I got you. But you just jumped on. Okay. Some of these things will mean nothing to a lot of you. They will mean nothing to a lot of you until I get to a certain part. There's some of you that I know are following. You might not even be here anymore. But some of you I know. I know if somebody's out there cleaning their boat and has me in their ear, they know where I'm at. And they probably just can't get to their phone right now. But they're tracking where I'm at. You think so? Okay. I'll answer your questions in a little bit. Just give me time to talk this through. I've needed to do this for a while, like just talk this through publicly and like lay this out, because privately and publicly, the things that have happened haven't really, for you guys probably, haven't made sense. They haven't to me either. They just haven't. There are so many different things. But when you piece it out, and if you notice, I have not focused on Clue, but it's always said that Clue, 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 Clue. They're going after Clue. They're talking shit on Clue. Everything's about Clue. No, I've avoided Clue because, first of all, she's a band creator. Second of all, she's irrelevant in a lot of this, but she is a massive factor in all of it. You're a 3 right now. Okay, that's okay too. Okay. February 3rd. You still haven't heard anything about Elevated Truth besides his panel with Mal and Dark Horse. Those are probably 2 panels that I actually recall knowing about. The Dark Horse one I was present for, the Mal I wasn't. It took me forever to track down where Mal was that night because I don't watch Truth. I'm not sub to him or anything. So I had no idea Mal, of all people, would have been on Truth. Like, that threw me for a fucking loop. Why the fuck is Mal on Truth? Okay. That was all in the same time frame. February 3rd, I get a message. Yep, vibe for sure. Clue sends me a message February 3rd that says, just a heads up, people may come into your live distracting some because Truth is pissed and exposing some bullshit in a few. Ding, ding, ding. First mention of Elevated Truth. Outside of that was where Mal was. February 3rd, 8:41 p.m. Just a heads up, some people may come into your live distracting some because Truth is pissed and exposing some bullshit in a few. I said, of who? She said, snakes. Said, people over here? She goes, word may spread is all I'm saying. And I said, more fuckery, question mark? I said, Jesus, today has been insane, with a laughing face. She goes, we found out who doxed Truth with proof, and he's about to bust that ass. I said, I haven't even caught up on half the videos yet. I said, thank you for the heads up too, LOL. She goes, I hate you're missing this. I said, I'm almost done. She goes, Lord, I just went the fuck off. And I said, God damn it, LOL. I said, how far back to catch the parts I need to listen to? Then they had mentioned some other name on that. And I said, is this the Melly you're talking about? Another creator. I said, this is Pascal's mod above, but I don't think she goes by Smelly Ray, another account they had mentioned. But they were saying this Melly was this other account, this other thing, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Another factor in this, at the time, I'm working on my reality expose. Okay. This is in that same time window. I said, I fucking hate being in class when y'all are having fun. That was me on February 4th. 9:54 a.m. I said, I hate being in class when you all are having fun because unfortunately, due to being employed, I have continuing education classes that I have to take every year. Okay, it's what it is. So I was in class. She goes, you good? They said you went down midstream. I said, yeah, I'm just pissed. She goes, about? Were you struck? This was 3:19 p.m. on Wednesday the 4th. I said, no, I wasn't struck. I'm frustrated because the bullshit that was done in inboxes by so many adults talking shit about each other and everyone else is so deep. I just don't understand it. But it is the weapon that Chroma Reels is using to keep folks silent because they've been backstabbing everyone with her and afraid she'll put it out. That bitch should have never been welcomed over here to begin with after that fake photo bullshit, but she was. It's bullshit. She's holding so many hostage emotionally because they don't want to be outed shit talking or doing dirty shit with her, because I found at that time Chroma Reels was content or like fucking around with Trisha Talks, all these people. End of January, Chroma Reels came in, told me Terry Lynn was her best friend. I'm starting to place things together. And it was irritating. I was starting to learn that she was fucking with other people. I said, I literally got an email full of stories and chaos these idiots have done. February 5th, 7:31 a.m. She goes, bitch, I think we found Rachel, which was one of the Dark Horse names that had been used in all of the different things. This is nothing that is private. This was all public, everything. She says, I think we found Rachel. And I said, oh, hell. Oh, hell. She says, well, it may not be her. but the inspiration for the name, for damn sure. I said, man, I'm fucking over these fuckers. She goes, well, hold on to your butt. Guess who I think it is? I said, can it be Kyle so I can smack someone? I said, who is it? She goes, Jay's daughter. I said, are you fucking serious? She goes, I think that's where the name came from. Nothing will ever shock me. That's what I said. Then she says some names. She says, or whatever her real name is. Then she goes, it's a long road. She goes, you got meetings this morning? And I said, yes, in class. But I have 21 minutes until I got to log in. That's the end of that conversation. Completely the end of that conversation. Nothing continued, nothing further, nothing more. It didn't make sense to me. Nothing will ever shock me. Nothing. Everything was right then and there. But you notice how she says, I think it's Jay's daughter. No. Mm-mm. Clue. Row to row. Clue. In the midst of this, mind you, Clue had told me, let's go back so you don't get lost. February 3rd. Just a heads up, people may come into your live distracting some because Truth is pissed and exposing some bullshit in a few. February 3rd, 8:41 p.m. my time. I said of who? She said snakes. I said people over here. She says word may spread is all I'm saying. She doesn't tell me. I said more fuckery question? Jesus, today has been insane. Then she says we found out who doxed Truth with proof and he's about to bust that ass. I said I haven't even caught up. That was what happened on the 3rd. She directed me to Truth's videos. Clued it. She knew I was going to go over there and watch that. She knew it wasn't going to make sense to me. So then she turns around and tells me on the morning of February 5th that she finds this person and they think it's Jay's daughter. I hadn't watched all of Truth's videos yet. But I also have read to you Queen, which I could do right now too. And all of the J, everything was directed. They were hit me from every angle. Jay, this is connected to Jay. This is connected to Jay. Truth is exposing this. This is connected to Jay. And I was like, what the fuck? None of this makes sense. And I'm looking at what Truth, like the video Truth did with his proof connecting all these pieces to Jay, Kravitz, Jay, all that stuff. Following me now? Are we coming full circle now? All of this coming full circle? Who put attention on Truth from me? First time Truth becomes a factor in anything that I pay attention to. None other than Clue. So I go look. I'm watching the videos. Queen is also at the same time, as I've told you guys, directing me privately that all this stuff is Jay's fault. All this stuff's going on. At that time, of course, we had no idea what was really going on. But Queen and Clue are all telling me Jay. Everything's involved with Jay. Granny is also playing the I don't know. And I'm telling her, look, I don't fucking trust any of this shit. Fuck all this. Fuck all these hoes. Fuck this. Fuck, I'm just done with it all. But I'm telling Granny that I don't believe it's Jay. I told Queen that. I don't believe that this actually makes sense because it didn't. So as we're going through, Clue directs me to pay attention and go look at Truth's video. I did. So then she tells me that they find this person and it's Jay's daughter. Nope. I didn't even entertain it because I was just over it. Nothing was making sense, but I was already starting to piece things together and watch these videos and started making my list of questions of things that weren't making sense from Truth's exposing video. Okay. Um, February 5th. Oh, hold on. February 5th, 11:33 a.m. I said, before I forget, another weird situation. Barbecue showed up in my chat last night and became a member. Just odd timing. A lot of odd timing around February. Thursday, February 5th, reached out to her and I said, I need to probably talk to you and Cletus because I might have an idea of what kicked off to set some of this on fire, but it's just a hunch thus far. And I attach with it a screenshot from Brittany J's panel, and she is showing a message from Minnie, aka Chroma Reels. What do you mean? Is this happening to Granny now? Granny's in deep with all this shit. It was all of it just to make everything Jay's fault. I don't know why. I can't answer except for Jay became a distraction point and a deflection point of let's blame everything that doesn't make sense on Jay. That's the only thing at this point that really makes sense because none of this actually went to Jay or Jay's people, which Clue knows me well enough to know that I was going to go dig into this, but I don't think they thought I would dig this far. So February 5th, let me show you guys. I got to go find my lash. I must have pulled it off in the middle of the night. And if you heard what Jay played last night, you heard Queen having, okay, see? That's what I attach right under that message. And it says not sure because that's what she saved under that account in, because she kept texting me off that number. And finally I was like, who is this? And she had changed her number in October and I just never fixed it. That not sure is Clue. 100% it's Clue. Anyways, I sent her that and the screenshot is what is interesting. So in that, it's a screenshot of Minnie, which we know is Chroma Reels, which we know is Terry Lynn. And I attached that under my message to Clue that said, I need to probably talk to you and Cletus because I might have an idea of what kicked off to set some of this on fire, but it's just a hunch this far. Okay. As I told you guys, I was asking questions, being very public. The screenshot BJ had showed said from Minnie, it says, I can't do this anymore. I'd rather keep this between us. This is going way too real life for me. I was never for that. I just enjoyed working with AI and doing reports, and your streams were full of things to do. I'm sorry. This has gone too far and I'm sick of it. It's too ugly for me. People are trying to dox me and I haven't done stuff that other people have done. I promise. I don't go that far. I just like playing with AI, honestly. I like teaching myself new things. Anyway, I'm rambling because I'm upset. Now they're trying to say I'm someone I'm not and doxing someone who has nothing to do with this. I'm over it. I'm done. Can we have a private truce? That's Minnie, aka Chroma Reels, to Brittany J. Okay? Minnie, aka Chroma Reels, aka Sally. That is her to Brittany J. Clue's response back to me says, bitch, we're on truce. And Dark Horse comes into the chat demanding a link. Oh, this is when Dark Horse appears. Okay, so February 5th, this fucking tracks. Oh my God. Okay, February, this makes sense. Now we have the Dark Horse panel. So Mal was first and then Dark Horse. Okay, there's the timeline of that. Bitch, we're on truce. And Dark Horse comes into chat demanding a link. Look into the name Honest Rage from back in the Summer Wells days. They came on Jay's panel during a fallout with somebody named Nicolina and used the name Rachel. I said, I just got back, LOL. I was talking to Queen Bee and then you texted. Because I was talking to Queen about the same shit about Chroma Reels, Terry Lynn, and that whole group. She goes, bitch, you hearing this? I said, yes, bitch, this is too much. She goes, girl. I said, you okay up there? It sounds like she's been drinking. She goes, I'm good. Is it still a full moon? That's what I said. She goes, I don't know. Is BJ bending over? I said, bitch. And then we just kind of talk back and forth. This is through the Dark Horse panel. We need a whiteboard timeline. I need to just process all my thoughts. This is so crazy. I said, this is so deep. I said, if you get a chance, please ask her about the program name, please. And then I said, I have friends that live in that county and they know the program name. You guys, I have to run to the little restroom for a minute, so I'm going to turn a video on for you. Just for shits and giggles, let me find something for you to do. Here, you guys can watch Elevated Truth from last night. Because it's really interesting, actually. Give me a second. I have to go. Sorry, but this is interesting.
I ask you a question because by this point, I'm pretty straightforward, right? Everybody's that. Everybody's got to with it. It is what it is. I can't do nothing about it. But can I ask you a question? And I know you don't know me very well, but we've tended to gone back and forth a few times. And it's a genuine question for you. It's not putting you in a position or anything like that. I just feel like you're someone that would genuinely answer it. Wait. Before I do that, because I really know, I know you will be straight. So, but before I do anything else, Kennedy, thank you for gifting a sub that went to Mexican Coke 77. I want to say something before I have that question with you, Chick. Okay. I've noticed something. I've noticed something very interesting. First of all, I've noticed that the people that are disparaging the shit out of my name, even as we're speaking, have obviously not watched my lives. Oh, it's happening right now as we're speaking. But it's obvious to me that many of the people who are coming at me right now have only watched clips and didn't watch the lives. Can somebody tell me where the rule book is about how you're supposed to address things the proper way? Like, I didn't get that. I didn't get the standards of operations book, the employee handbook, so to speak. I didn't get that. So if someone could let me know where that is, that'd be dope. Miss
I
ET3 says I have nothing bad to say.
I apologize. That was a shitty situation for you guys. I'm sorry. I just had to use the little ladies' room for a minute, and then I left you with this shitty situation. I'm sorry. No, this will come a factor in a minute, but thank you for listening to him, per usual. That's where we're at. Okay, back to it. So the Dark Horse panel actually happened on the 5th of February. Okay. Now, another side note. So Clue and Cletus, when they decided to start popping off sideways on me in March, because I was covering Julie versus BJ, that had fuck all to do with any of them except she was their nuclear option, which we now know was definitely in motion way before any of us realized. And that's just a fact. I don't give a fuck who says what. It's a fact. They were absolutely supporting privately and publicly Julie poking at BJ and going legal on her. It is what it is. Granny was also involved in that. But they were pissed. So they started going after me and talking shit, mostly on Truth's panel. If you notice, Clue didn't do it on her own panel. So people were like, Clue didn't say that. The fuck she didn't. She was talking all sorts of shit on Truth's panel about me in March. February, she directed me to Truth's panel where Truth was fed a shit ton of misinformation to try and target Jay. Because we now know that Truth knew that it was her alongside Mods and his. He went instantly to Clue and Cletus after the alt was exposed, B&J, Clue and Cletus knew instantly. For 2 weeks, they sat by. In November, pinned that on Jay. February rolls around. Clue directs me to Truth's Live, where he is outing, going to put it out who doxed him. What he put out was so much misinformation, things that had whole broken or expired Discord links and shit that just made zero fucking sense. But she directed me there. Oh, I hate you're missing this, all this stuff. Then Truth ends up with Dark Horse on his panel on February 5th. Weird. Fucking weird. Out of the blue. And I told you guys we had been, like, Dark Horse was coming around again. Some things were moving around Dark Horse. Didn't make sense. Whatever. Never does. I did say honest rage. Yeah. I don't know who the fuck that is. Deep, dark, and disturbing. I have no idea what any of that is about. That message came from Clue on Thursday, February 5th, 7:38 p.m. Bitch, we're on Truce, and Dark Horse comes in to the chat demanding a link. Look into the name Honest Rage from back in the Summer Wells day. They came on Jay's panel during a fallout with somebody named Nicolina and used the name Rachel. I don't have a clue. That's what she told me. That's why that name was mentioned. So February 5th, the fucking pop off on Truce with Dark Horse. Okay. Everything. Yeah. She just stepped back. She's been busy and she's working on some videos. Yep. She's good though. She popped in the other day. So then she sends me some back chat things of Dark Horse's supposed face, and none of this is making sense to me. And I said, who the fuck are these people? Because those aren't the same person. She's sending me stuff from their back chat. And then I said, who the fuck's ID? Because you got to remember here, this shit was all public. Like, they were telling everybody in the audience that the person that coming up in the back chat didn't match the faces before. Whole distraction. None of it fucking mattered. And you got to remember, at the same time, Dark Horse had sent all of us, like, all of this fucking information. A shit ton of information. And I told you guys, publicly, privately, everything, that I sent that to Clue and Cletus because we were genuinely concerned about that. May I just add that nonsense kept me out of all of this, as none of us did. There was nothing to do with Truth. The only person that I think I ever went to about Elevated Truth was Duchess and said, look, I don't trust what's going on here. And that was because of the reality situation that happened in January. I said, nope, I want nothing to do with this. Okay, carrying forward. And that all happened the February 5th. Now, we're getting closer here. Hold on. Follow me for a minute. And I don't really give a fuck. Here's the fact of this. None of this is a conspiracy. Not a single thing that I'm telling you today is a conspiracy. This is just my experience. Take with it what you will. These are the things that I've tracked. These are the things that have happened. These are just factual statements of things that have happened. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it is, but this is what I know, and this is why I know it. Truth was not a factor in any fucking thing around me. Never attacked him for a year and a half, but he continues to say that. In fact, Chica's clips, I hope you hear this. You made a comment of the things that people have called him are horrific. That's including me. Because I'm one of the ones that they continue to say has called him a pedophile and a predator. Where the fuck has this happened? Where the fuck are the clips? And where the fuck has this happened? Because I'm real sick and tired of this being mentioned and accused that I have attacked this man or done anything to him. Clue had to direct me to go watch Truth in February with this expose that had fucking massive holes. I didn't fuck with Truth. The Mal panel, I didn't even know where Mal was because I don't fuck with Truth. At all. Not at all. Monkey, thank you for the chili. And Bectisha McToad, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. None of that made sense. None of that fucking made sense. Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me? I'm a serious blockhead. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, about truth. You probably responding to truth. Yes, lazy wealth, but at the same time, Queen's a factor in this. There's layers and players. Layers and players. You take your little thing and go in. Go. At this time, I'm pretty much ignoring all that shit because I'm working on my reality thing. And at this, when I start working on the reality stuff, Truce Mod starts sending one of my friends, Duchess, stuff to pass to me. I said, nope. What the fuck is going on? And I'm being fully fucking honest because Duchess didn't have nothing to do with it. They were just using her to try and pass something to me about reality. And I was like, fuck, something doesn't make sense here. And Dutch will tell you, I told her, I don't know what the fuck is going on, Duchess, but I don't trust any of this. Please fucking be careful. Those aren't exact words, but pretty close, I'm sure. And I talked to Duchess and I said, you know what? I don't know what's going on. None of this makes sense to me, but I do not like this. I don't know what is happening. Yeah, okay. I was like, wait, are you talking about me? You wanted nothing to do with it. Yep. And I told you at that point, Duchess comes to me and I said, I want nothing to fucking, like, something is off. Something the fuck is off here. And I don't know what the fuck it is, but something is off. Dutchie and I both, that's not shit we do. But I was concerned because they were using Dutchie and I was like, what the fuck? It bothered me. The need to constantly try to pull Duchess in. Queen's been doing it. If you paid attention recently, Queen continues to bring up Duchess. I'm not bringing up Duchess. I mentioned Duchess that she was doxxed by Tiffany Marie on Queen's panel. Once or twice when we were talking about the Tiffany Marie situation. Dutchie has not been brought up every 2 minutes like they're saying. All this weird shit now again with Duchess. It bothers me, but it's very fucking obvious. For some reason, they continue to try and use certain people. Dutchie is one of them. I told Dutchie then, something's off. I don't know what it is. Fucking please be careful. And she knows that means stay the fuck away from me. And I'm going to stay the fuck away from you publicly, not privately. Like I adore Duchess. I love her. But I don't want her to ever suffer the consequences of my actions and my decisions because the truth is fucking important to me before anything else. And when it comes to this shit, because all of this, and I've said it over and over again, started off the back of a missing child. And the games haven't fucking stopped. And every bit of this, you have different levels of interest and layers and players, but every bit of this fucking bullshit has been involving a missing child's case, and I fucking hate it. I don't like it, and I'm not going to sugarcoat shit for anybody. Queen all of a sudden is acting as if she likes Duchess. Fuck you, bitch. You let your entire panel sit up there and fucking dox her. Fuck you. Like, that's really interesting. But I noticed you got the same phone call a couple weeks ago that somebody else did too, by Chris Proudfoot. I find that funny, and I'm sure that's probably why you're still trying to be. Oh, Dutchie's great. Yeah, Dutchie is great. She does her thing. But you guys have tried to use her. Okay, back to it. February 6th, I'm working on my reality stuff to do my reality expose. And it's really amping up. The conversations are amping up, you know, this big like, oh, we're going to expose reality. And I'm like, oh, no. No, we're not. I don't go real life. That's not what I'm doing. Elizabeth, let me go back up. Sorry. How far up am I going? Oh, shit. Hold on. See where you're at. I don't, I'll have to go back and listen to your or see your comments on. I have no idea who you guys are. That honest rage. I don't even listen, or is it a factor? Yep. 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 That happened. That does play into all of this too. That gave me information. In fact, I think I used that in my video debunking some of that. You were spot on with that one. That was a factor because she confirmed a second, that was like a second and third. I had multiple different angles of me confirming that Karama Reels was Minnie, was Sally. And ultimately that was just kind of a more of a, okay, well, this is who these people are. And it's really interesting to me that these people are over here now. How they got accepted over here and by the panels that they did after doing what they did to parents of missing children, really weird to me. Okay. Hold up. I can't find your other one, Elizabeth. I found that one, but I'm not finding the other one. Elizabeth, I can't find the other one. It's low because I don't have my AirPod in. I'm just winging it over here today. I'm still in my pajamas, you guys. I just had to get all this out of my head. Okay, let me keep going. Can you type it again, Elizabeth? Oh, fuck. February 2nd. Oh, God. Hold on. Let me see. I must have not gone up far enough. There was a lot of shit that was popping off in February. Weird shit. Man, there's so many people I would like to just, tell the fuck directly off because they've caused so much sideline fucking bullshit. All for what? Because they're petty fucking stupid asses. I'm still not seeing it. Elizabeth, I don't know if, can the mod see her other comment? I can't find it. Okay. Yeah, Elizabeth, I'm not seeing it. Hey, Joe, I see you. You'll clock what I'm saying. I don't know why I'm not seeing it, Elizabeth. Okay. Carrying on. So February 6th, I said random, but did you know both reality, or did you both know that reality was a Detective John's biggest fangirl? You retyped it. It's still not coming through. You're using something it's not coming through. These are the only two comments right here that I see of yours. And the other one is right here. Whatever you're saying is blocking it. I don't know what you're trying to say, but it's blocking it. On my StreamYard side, I don't know why. Yeah, there's got to be a blocked word in there. I don't know. Okay, I'll wait and kind of watch down. Well, Dutchie is an actual friend to me. Like somebody that I will go to and talk through this stuff with when my head's too much. And they know, like, I'm very vocal about who I'm close to. And Duchess has always kind of understood some of this stuff from a different perspective too. So it's really weird, the use of Duchess. No, you're okay. I just can't see the February 2nd. I can't see anything about it. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't know what it's blocking. No, I'm not on Top Chat. I'm on StreamYard. Okay, so February 6th, the reality expose. I'll continue to look. No big deal. Everything's okay. That was the morning of February 6th. I was just kind of going through the timeline stuff. I said she became a factor in BJ's panel in September of 24 when At Night started going after you folks and was mentioning you, which is interesting because reality used to hang out at Dago's, which is where, and Detective John's, which is where Clue came from too. Reality was in the same places, if you don't know. So was War Eagle. A lot of them. So War Eagle, Clue, Reality, Dago. A lot of those people come from that same little group. If you know, you know. They all kind of were over on that Dago, Detective John, that little group. So they were all kind of involved. She sends me a picture of somebody. I don't know who the fuck it was supposed to be. I sent her back a picture of Reality's avatar. That was when she was Ray, and then her Detective Chains, No Chains, No More. I was cracking up. She goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "Cleaning house." This was February 6th. She goes, "You still going live at 7?" I said, "Probably closer to 8, waiting to find out when Kyle's off." She goes, "I really hope Queen redirects to you." This was February 6th. So this is the night of this. February 6th. They were all on panel up there. And then Clue or Queen did this.
I know the feeling.
Marking. She needs it in marking.
No, Miss Mensa. It doesn't even look like Miss Mensa. Didn't Dark
So
people show love and baby.
this is
should have
February
probably done
6th.
was say, you know what? I should have stopped that. It wasn't a good move. You know, I should have probably cleaned up my Discord from that. Sometimes people do things in Discord that you don't control over. Instead, I'm hearing, oh, well, she can do whatever what she wants and she's a mod. Okay, that's not good.
Dark Horse.
Like, you know, like you're a witness to something or, you know, fucking plan to fuck over another content creator.
So they're talking about Jay on February 6th. 139 times Jay is mentioned. Jay. All of this is about Jay. 139 times Jay is mentioned in this stream on February 6th. Now remember, Truth had just done that panel. Bye. See you later. Have a good day. Wear your helmet. So thank you, Bectisha. So this happens and Jay continues to get brought up. 139 goddamn times. 139 times Jay is mentioned in this live stream. This is the night of my reality expose. But I've already read you the messages of Queen and how every time I would talk to her about the fuck shit I was seeing from Kramit, Chroma Rails, Terry Lynn, and ask questions about that, she would go back to Jay. Here you go.
Give you guys time to hang out and you guys just cause a whole ruckus. Oh shit, Jay's mad at everybody. Shit, everybody got she was mad at everybody today, wasn't she? She was pissed. She's big fucking mad over there, bitch. You stay triggered, huh?
And if I recall correctly, this is the day that Jay attached the screenshot of Kramit to the post of Just Saying. Oh shit, it's echoing. Hold on. Let me go grab my freaking headphone. If you recall, this is when that happened. The little sideline post happened where we find out that Kramit sent Clue and Cletus's information to Jay. Okay.
Big fucking mad.
Didn't make sense.
I thought it was funny every time I popped into Clue's live stream, she was over there bitching. I'm like, oh my God. Good God. Sky's burning, living the dream. Fuck Jay. I know, right? I'd say triggered as fuck.
Well, rightfully so, when you are intentionally being set up with a bunch of shit that you didn't fucking do and doesn't make sense and doesn't actually link. Jay actually had every fucking right to be pissed.
She's mad at everybody. fuck us all. God dang it. Fuck.
February 6th. Let's move it forward.
Oh, she is so fucking triggered right now. She's so mad, Regina. God, she's mad. She goes after Kathy, me.
Oh, it was February. Okay.
Lynn, Tim.
So Jay, February 2nd. Okay.
I mean, who doesn't she
Thank
go
you.
after in this?
I'd have to pull it all.
Oh, ho, nonsense might not have the receipts, but the receipts have been sent.
That's
Blue's
Regina.
got a lot of receipts. Receipts.
Right.
I was questioning Regina on her saying that all this stuff was happening in Jay's Discord. And as you can tell, it was not going over well. Because I was like, yeah, no, there's no proof of this.
So I sent it. You and your mods, all of y'all, are caught up.
Here.
Yeah. Well, Jay, you can sit there, honey boo boo, because you are just like Donkey. It's like B, Jay all of a sudden. But listen
right.
here.
Jay is for jealous.
Because Queen knows that I'm not wrong, and neither is Jay. Queen's fucking scrambling. She's shitting and getting it. Because Queen has multiple things to protect. She's lied to the community for a year and a half about having an RO on center. Major fucking thing. Major lies, especially using minor children. Saying a man is doing things to your kids, none of which has been reported to police. But yet you did all this publicly. Okay, that's a major fucking issue. Secondly, she's lied to the community about providing receipts privately and publicly. Major fucking factor. On top of, she's involved in all this other fuckery. Queen's got numerous things that she's concerned about, rightfully so. She should be. And so should her friends. Because I'm fucking done. And if you think I'm stopping or gonna shut the fuck up, look, you hoes might have tried to get over on something. But I see you.
Yeah, Jay is for jealous, 100%. But listen up. The gig's up. I just want you to know that. The gig's up. The proof has been sent. It was requested, so I sent it. You and your mods, all of y'all, are caught up. You might as well just start digging another hole and keep lying, because I love this for you. I love this for you, Jay. Love it. You are just like BJ. And I'm not going to sit here and make petty threats. It's already done. You're screwed. So keep talking. That's all I wanted to say, Queen Bee. I love this for her. I love it. Love it.
She is so fucking triggered right now. She is so mad, Regina. Oh my.
So Regina became a useful idiot in the whole thing because Regina likes to screenshot things and then try to make it fit where it never does. Just like a lot of the people that spoon fed whoever sent Elevated Truth that information to try and catch Jay with the expired links and Crimology and Amber FAFO, all of those. His little fucking expose that did fuck all besides cause me to go, what the fuck is going on here? And then this bullshit here.
My God, she's mad. She goes after Kathy P, you, me, Clue, Lynn, B, Tim. I mean, who doesn't she go after in this video?
This is February 6th.
Oh, ho, nonsense might not have the receipts, but the receipts have been sent. Clue's got a lot of receipts.
Regina will never be a trusted source of anything. And you notice how she says, oh, but Clue has the receipts. Clue has the receipts. Listen to that.
She is so
that's
fucking triggered right now. She is so mad, Regina. Oh my God, she's mad. She goes after Kathy P, you, me, Clue, Lynn, B, Tim. I mean, who doesn't she go after in this video?
Oh, ho, nonsense might not have the receipts, but the receipts have been sent. Clue's got a lot of receipts. Receipts.
Right. Receipts.
Queen's got
the mats.
yes.
Her calling me Buzzy like Big Jesus does. I think Buzzy's cute. I think it's a cute name.
I think it's cute. Yeah.
I think it's kind of hilarious that they think that's like an insult to you, like Buzzy. It's
I
like,
know. It's like, I don't know. I think it's cute. Buzzy bee.
yeah, like, yeah, okay. Not the most worst
Ooh,
insult.
I'm gonna go over
When I
Jay's
hear
live last.
Buzzy, this little bee on the screen. This little bee on the screen.
Mm.
Like, no, not Jay, closest moderator openly in Discord talking about their alts they're using to troll other creators' Discords and channels. What?
Oh my God, she was so pathetic. And that's why I was like, yeah, this doesn't fucking make sense. But then at this point in time, Queen had already done multiple live streams, like multiple things saying that Jay got me down this rabbit hole. Jay was doing this, Jay was doing that. Nothing.
I don't
Please.
either. I'm just saying.
I'm
It was
just-
all fucking bullshit. I hadn't spoke to Jay since November. Jay and I did not speak from November till February, March, something like that. I don't know. I'd have to check, but we didn't talk from November on until all of this started unraveling. And the first time I think I reached out was when Nash passed. That's when I reached out to Jay.
I'm trying to. I just think she's probably someone that should probably log
And
off the internet
apologize.
and stop taking this seriously and just leave the fucking internet at this point.
He's talking about Dark Horse.
She's like, I think she has mental problems, and I think she needs to leave the internet. And I told her this advice before.
Dark Horse got brought back around too at the
And
same
she
time.
keeps on doing stupid shit like going on here and saying all these crazy things. And I think honestly, I don't think she's right in the head. I think she needs to log off the internet. That's what I think. So I don't think she's working with her at all.
It doesn't even look like Miss
No, not at all. She
Now
wouldn't have been.
nonsense is going to expose reality. Why would you fuck with reality?
Jay
Huh?
didn't have a fucking clue.
Since pick on someone your own size.
They didn't know that I was doing this for the reasons I was doing it. Krama Reels had tried to jump on this and like dox reality.
For real, pick on.
You're on a panel. People make videos.
It was so not what people expected. And people were so pissed at me. But I did that intentionally. I was working on it. I was never going to do anything mean, as I don't. But listen to this.
We are going to go over here and watch it together. Because, let's see here. Nonsense has the motherfucking mots, okay?
She was so upset because Clue had asked her to redirect to me. Okay, so that's February 6th. I do my reality thing, to which we know, and I've showed you guys, that they were so upset because there was nothing salacious, there was nothing scandalous, there was nothing. There wasn't going to be. It was never the intent. That wasn't it. I was just doing a social media history, given some because the attention was really trying to be poured on reality. And I could show you reality is strange. It was strange that she came a fixture of BJ's at the same time all this stuff happened. There's a lot of strange factors. I'm sorry, there just are. There's a lot of that group that disbanded that was around Dago and those guys that all came from the same space that kind of mixed their way around here. It was what it was. But I trolled the fuck out of them because it was nothing salacious or anything. I didn't dox her. To which February 7th, I've shown you guys that they were so fucking disappointed. They were so epically disappointed in me. That would be this panel. To which they were like,
Make it great.
oh, she didn't release anything salacious.
Maybe let me go look. Shoo! Let me see. Am I missing
Let's
some
look.
good shit? Hold on now. Hold on. We can't have that. Shit. What in the heck?
They were so upset.
Nonsense's expose last night. Ah, okay.
See? They were so pissed at me because it was such a flop. It was supposed to be a flop. We enjoyed it.
Holy shit.
Some of you caught what I was doing. Some of you didn't have a clue.
Well, okay. I fell asleep during Nonsense's. I
Nash
was
Native.
supposed to
She
go
was a
live
lot of
again last
J's.
night after Nonsense. Well, I fell asleep watching her.
Yeah, I put them all to sleep. It was such a disappointment. It was great. It was epic. It was amazing. What happened February 7th, the night of February 7th? Does anybody recall? So I'm asking a lot of questions, a lot of fucking questions in the background. I'm starting to clock things that don't make sense. They're really trying to lean in on the dark horse shit, which made no sense. That was just a fucking sideline factor of fucking bullshit. Truth had her on panel. They were all trying to lean into it. And all of a sudden, Jay starts getting mentioned again. Jay drops that post of Kramit and all hell breaks loose. And now they're starting to target Jay, but that had already been happening privately. They had been telling me, oh, this is Jay. This is connected to Jay. This goes to Jay. None of it did. Truth's expose did nothing. February 7th, the night of February 7th, Chris Proudfoot appears on, so this is February 7th, the morning of, where they all expressed their disappointment in my expose of reality because it wasn't. Then out of nowhere, on February 7th, this stream actually, I went to the races this day. Kyle and I were headed to the races. This stream went from being a disappointment of this to sure was. I'm a cult leader. So this was all going on. Oh, none of this is a conspiracy. Oh shit, you guys are on the wrong one. Hold on.
I don't fucking know. But then I see Nonsense was saying something about Cromarells was around
This is February 7th, the morning of still.
long before that. Well, she said she wasn't. I guess Terry Lynn said they both met about with the Sebastian case. But from what she was saying, that Cromarells was around in the 90-day community, but they're saying that she wasn't. So I'm confused on all this shit. I honestly
thought that's where she came from with Terry Lynn.
Terry Lynn said she met her during the Sebastian case. That
Uh-huh.
they linked up during the Sebastian case. She didn't know her from the 90-day community. She didn't know her from before then.
You know, that is true.
And I was
Duchess,
like, how long have you known Cromarells? Have you known her a long time? I mean, like, how long have you
I
known?
thought they were like best friends.
She said no, that she had just met her during the Sebastian case, that she didn't know her previous to that.
Duchess,
Hey, Lynn, I know you listening. Where you at, bitch?
I saw what you said, Duchess. I'm 29 and my mind's holding on for dear life. I did used to think that Jay looked good for 50. And then I saw Duchess and I'm like, no, she looks good for 50.
Jay and Duchess both look good for 50, whatever that means. But okay. So it gets mentioned because finally they start fucking catching up.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier to have a conversation than just like something you type in a little bit and then respond to. And it kind of like hijacks the chat a little bit when people just.
Well, she does. That's the purpose of doing it, which is why, like I said, we don't really answer her. And I haven't blocked her in the chat yet, but I mean, who's to say? You know what I'm saying? I won't, but Nonsense. I mean, bottom line for me, every creator has different kinds, but screw around and help fabricate evidence against missing children or sign at night to him up fellow creators. I'm good. They're liars. Yes.
There you go. I was on the way to the races that day. That was race day. And I said, bottom line for me, fuck them, basically. Every creator has different kinds of levels, but screw around and help fabricate evidence and try to take it on Nancy Grace. And no, fuck that. I'm not good with fabricating evidence against parents of missing kids or Terry Lynn, who was willing to sign anything for At Night and Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Absolutely. Absolutely, they were. They still are, from what I've seen. I guess Cromarells is at this point lying to me about these emails.
Yeah, she was.
I knew about the bullshit with the big blow up. I knew about the fucking fight with the fabricated blog photo. Was. I knew about that. Knew all about them getting into a fight.
Holy
about
shit,
it.
that's
that was
crazy.
Why they had a big blowout, which is why they had came over here, because of course they didn't want to be a part of this shit, and I don't blame them. They had a big blowout, and that was that. I would have left too. I don't blame them for leaving. What I didn't know was that there was bullshit going on after they came over here. That's what I was not aware of. I was not aware that there was.
So you weren't aware that Chroma Reels was intentionally starting shit with Spitfire, Trisha Talks, everybody else that was restreaming Britney? Yeah, you did. You fucking knew. You knew that she was causing shit because it was all about restreaming Britney and content and views. Again, plain stupid, but you knew. You fucking were aware. And you welcomed them in. Open arms. Sure did. You don't have any morals or standards or ethics or boundaries. That's why they all get accepted over there with you.
Emails going on. I was not aware that there was some, you know, that.
But Terry Lynn was also useful because she was also harassing Sinner and talking shit about Sinner at the same time.
From what I was told, Chroma Reels was going around to other creators and talking a bunch of shit. Telling other creators that they can't do this or they can't do that or whatever the fuck. That's not how we do shit over here.
Right. It used to be. Everybody runs their own fucking channel and ain't nobody gonna fucking tell anybody what to do.
I'm not sure where that ever became okay. I absolutely did talk to you when you first came over here, which is why I thought Nonsense was late to the game, because we had done a whole live stream on all of it. You and Gavel, all y'all came up here. So I sent Nonsense the fucking link because obviously I thought she was still going off about the blog photo.
Cowboy Logic, I know.
No, y'all had been pulling fuck shit behind the goddamn scenes.
I don't have time for Ted right now.
Obviously going from creator to creator to creator, talking shit. Shit that I obviously had not been aware of. Now I've been made aware of it. Kramit's name ain't on any of this shit and has nothing to do with any of it. So I think her name got thrown in by the Jay's bullshit, and that's about that. As far as Chroma Reels goes, though,
why are we February 7th taken up for Kramit already?
I obviously had not been aware of. Now I've been made aware of it. Kramit's name ain't on any of this shit and has nothing to do with any of it. So I think her name got thrown in by the Jay's bullshit, and that's about that. As far as Chroma Reels goes, though, there's a whole lot more going on than I was ever made aware of.
Really?
Which, of course, now I'm getting emails. Now people are letting me know what was said and being done and things like that.
Nonsense has been letting you know for weeks. Weeks. I fucking tell you, weeks.
So.
What a fantastic
Nonsense. You got any questions? You want to pop?
Listen.
Just
she was pissed because all of this. I won't back the fuck off. I wouldn't shut the fuck up. I wouldn't stop my shit. They were trying to just push this all off on Jay. I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take no for an answer.
Drop down and pop back the fuck up. God damn. So.
What a fantastic
Nonsense. You got any questions? You want to pop up here? Do you have anything you wanted to ask? I mean, we're getting it all on the table right now because we're moving past this bullshit today. I'm not gonna.
Oh, we're moving past this because Nonsense. You want to get up here and talk? Never once has Queen been directed to cover the same shit I have. Never. I do what I want, when I want, how I want. But you got any questions? Get up here. This is going to be dead ended here. In other words, Nonsense. Shut the fuck up. That's what that was. That was what that meant.
Yeah, I don't know why.
This too much. This too messy. This I'm not. It was a long time ago. Email gate is now, and like I said, I pretty much believe email gate is Chroma Reels. I mean, that's pretty much. She says it's not, but I mean, why? All in all, there's proof. The fucking proof all points to it's her.
Yeah.
And yes, it's very fucking irritating. It's very frustrating because I feel like people are motherfucking walking on eggshells and not wanting to tell the motherfucking truth.
They were.
And it's been very irritating. There's a kid missing and y'all are pulling fuck shit and inventing evidence. Like, fuck.
Yeah, body got it. Body understood why it was such a big deal to me. Not only that, at the same time, we know that this person is, these people, this group of people, the Terry Lynn, Chroma Reels, Kramit friendship was causing a lot of issues for creators privately too. Trisha, Spitfire, Earth. And at the same time, Chroma Reels was telling people that Queen protects her.
We've already went through the picture gate bullshit. We went over that 9 months ago. So we've been down that. We've established that. We got the Nancy Grace episode pulled. Like we took care of that.
Well, we didn't get it pulled. We just she just
Well,
got
we told the
embarrassed.
truth and they fucking pulled it. Period. That's how it went. We didn't pull shit. They pulled it themselves. We just told the truth. There. That's better. Is that better to word it that way?
You know,
Either way, that's been established. We've taken care of that. Now we are at the email gate, and the fucking bullshit from over there has now made its way over here, and we don't want it over here.
yeah. I mean, like, I get why it was, the photo was like enhanced because I mean, like people in the true crime sphere, they're trying to, but they don't quite understand what they're doing. They're
Let
not.
me go back and pull the photo. That
Here's the fixers.
so people can,
Shut the
I don't
fuck
know
up
if you remember, but
nonsense.
I don't know if
Shut
the
the
I
fuck
remember,
up
but don't let me
nonsense.
finish.
This is the fixers. Shut the entire fuck up nonsense. You're going to just sit there and shut up about this nonsense. No, the fuck I'm not. No, I'm not.
You're gonna fucking be in big. You're probably gonna be.
No.
There's gonna be a ruling whether it's going in or out. But truthfully, that thing was just nonsensical, and I couldn't see anything during the photos.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you later. The link
So, Gray Pearl, Chroma Chronicles, Clue, UA.
for the one I sent to Nonsense was from, it says right on the front of it, the picture, it's got the picture, it's got the thing, it says picture gate right on the front of it. See, that's the thing. There's a lot of people over here, and I see people that are like, one of them, I think Nonsense was like, I wouldn't be okay with this, but that's the thing. There's the thing, though. Here's the thing with that. There's a lot of people who were over on the green team, and they noticed the shit that was going on over there. They were not fucking cool with it. They were not okay with it, and they fucking left from over there and came over. I'm not gonna push people the fuck away. I'm just not gonna do all that.
I mean, I
But it is disappointing to say, hey, you know what I'm saying, we're open for you guys to come over here, and you know what I'm saying, it turns around to blow us, blow back in our fucking face. I mean, that's the shit that's pissing me the fuck off with this.
Have
whole
I fucked you over,
situation,
Queen? I was very honest with you up front when Nick asked.
Oh my. Shut up, nonsense. We're going to accept the green team in over here because you better shut the fuck up and stay in line because you're not in the know and we know what the fuck we're doing and you don't. So stop asking questions and stop fucking putting things together because we're putting it all on Jay and going to brush this shit right under the rug. Oh, no, the fuck we're not. No, we're not. Nope, we weren't going to then and we're not going to now. You're right. Welcome to the fucking big leagues, bitches.
Asked me to do something, and
Yes,
I said
you have been.
no. And that's the fucking truth.
And I appreciate your honesty.
And I said I would give it all to you whenever you had time, and you haven't had time.
But that's the thing. This is what we said when we talked about y'all coming over here before. We don't want that fuck shit over here.
And I didn't. I don't even stream. I worked my ass off. That's it.
Yeah, like Ever Love Me. I started as a turtle. I'm not going to mention the channel, but I often called myself Green Team. But I quickly.
Sorry, I'm a pesky little fucking gnat, like you called. I'm just a mosquito that you want to flick right off, Queen. Isn't that right? Yeah, I'm more than a pesky little mosquito, but not just to you.
I realized I didn't want any part of that. Well, and see, that's the thing. People come here. They come here from you, like Facebook. They come here. They get involved with the stuff. They think they're sticking up for, they're on the green team. They're like, yeah, we're sticking up for Sebastian. Then they see what goes on and what they do and the shit that happens, and they come over here. And you know what I'm saying? I am about second chances, and I do give people second chances. And I think that's, it's only fair for people to get a second chance, especially when they realize that they don't.
I'm sorry, there is no second chance that's ever going to be given from me to a person that tries to fabricate evidence against parents of missing children, period. End of. Carry on.
Want to be a part of that. They don't want that. You know what I'm saying? Got a little bit of feedback, baby. Anyways, though, they But see, the thing is it's turned around to fucking burn me more times than it hasn't now.
She's saving her ass or attempting to.
I got a question if I can.
What's up, man?
So what the 24-hour phone call or whatever, that was if I'm catching this
Hey,
right.
Carrie Lynn, can I ask you a question?
I'm listening. I'm trying. Yes.
Well, hold on, Cletus.
Which one?
You guys don't hear. You guys, hold on. Neither one of y'all are hearing Cletus.
No.
Okay. No.
Okay.
This is.
I hear
Stop
him.
trying to come back up, Cletus, if you can.
All right, I'll drop.
All right, you guys go ahead because you guys can hear each other. You guys can hear each other. We'll go ahead and we'll wait for them to come back up to ask.
So-
Go ahead.
Terry Lynn, when did you
When
become
did
friends
you
with
and Minnie
Drama
become
Reels?
friends?
When Sebastian, when I started streaming about Sebastian,
Why
Carolyn.
is Kendra sending links that you guys have known each other since the 90-day community?
who?
Some girl named Kendra.
God, who's Kim dressing?
I didn't
No,
say Kendra.
Kendra. Some
Kendra.
girl named Kendra.
You know who I'm
Can you
talking
hear
about.
me?
Yeah, I
Hey,
can hear you.
Cats.
Oh
Hear you.
my God!
Yeah, this is your.
Coming back
Oh.
up.
Terry Lynn
Yeah,
magically
What?
had tech issues.
the games are getting fucking old. Jesus Christ. If you can't
Yeah.
fucking stand the goddamn panel, then stop coming up here.
So can y'all hear me now?
I mean, why is it when a question's fucking asked?
It's every fucking time.
Exactly.
It's fucking ridiculous.
I'm done with it.
can
Yeah,
can
that's
y'all
fine. I mean,
I can hear you. I can hear you, Clue.
I
I
can hear
mean,
you.
Can you hear me now? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
hold on a
I
minute.
can hear you.
Hold on. I'm muting everybody the fuck up here. Cletus, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I understood something, and then I got a question. So the way I'm gathering this is there was a 24-hour or a long ass phone call, and if I recall, if that where that photo was being whatever fucked with, whatever, what have you, and if I recall back when Grace's gavel and the person that had the S logo on their name came up here before and we're talking about that, they said there were 3 people involved with that. Is that am I right in that? Fuck, they're all gone now.
Huh. Well, Chroma Reels isn't on here. Kramit's
yeah,
not on
like,
here.
I have no fucking clue. I'm just sitting here drinking my like water, and I'm just like, what the fuck? am
Well,
I?
I mean, it started out with nonsense calling Chroma Reels out. Okay. Then I thought it was old shit. This picture gate bullshit, which, like I said, we had already went over a year ago. So this was already, I thought that that's what nonsense was upset about.
Nope. Sure wasn't.
She said, no, that's not what she was upset about. That this is about the fuck shit Chroma Reels has been pulling this entire time.
Where have you talked? When's the last time you talked to Chroma Reels, Terry Lynn?
I spoke to her yesterday while I was at work. And about those glasses, by the way, Sumner County Sheriff's Department, when I pulled up, was there picking those glasses up.
You know what was really interesting? Well, I'm talking to Queen one of these days, trying to explain to her once again, because she kept coming public and saying that all of this was due to Jay. And I was like, no, it has nothing to do with Jay. I don't know why you're doing that. Like over and over, she kept doing it. And I was like, this is so fucking stupid. What are you doing? This is not what I'm telling you privately or publicly. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Terry Lynn calls her up on the phone. Magically, Terry Lynn had been gone. Everybody said, Terry Lynn's not around. She's not anywhere. She calls her on the phone while I'm talking to Queen.
That can be FOIA too.
Well, there's something that Chroma Chronicles said.
And they weren't to his glasses as far as I know.
I'm only hearing you guys. I'm not hearing Terry Lynn at all. So
You're
I'm
not
having
hearing
to.
Terry Lynn? Oh my.
All right. Well,
I'm trying to listen on my laptop
hear me?
and type in, but there's a delay.
So then why don't you drop down and then pop back up?
Okay. Which one?
Not you, Terry Lynn. You stay.
Right, you're
damn.
fine. This is
Okay.
fucking, yeah, because I'm about done with this conversation. So let's finish it up because I'm done with the I can't hear. We're done. So
I feel like it's a whack-a-mole.
yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
with
it's
bullshit. I'm
aggravating.
not with the I can't hear shit. I'm done. I'm over it. I don't give a fuck, to be honest with you. This is why I didn't get into it before. I don't know nonsense. Do you want to come up and ask them anything, or
Yeah.
do you have anything you want to talk to them about, or call them out about, or?
Has Terry Lynn watched Nonsenses live?
No.
Okay. Did Krama Reels talk to you about Nonsenses live that she did on her?
Right,
Oh.
Terry Lynn, stop reading.
Oh,
chat.
Here comes UA. Here comes UA. Meanwhile, I was sitting in the car on the way to the races laughing my fucking ass off going, nope, bitch, I got nothing. I had no questions for any of this group. None. I knew I would get circled round and round, and I was busy enjoying my day.
Chat and stay with us on panel.
I'm
okay?
listening. I was aware that there was
stop reading chat.
I'm not reading it. I was aware that there was a live. I didn't watch the live.
Okay. What did Krama Reels say to you about that live?
Just that there was a live.
What did she didn't watch it? So how? What?
I don't know about. I don't know what happened on the live. I didn't watch it.
Are we like?
I feel like I'm interrogated here, but I mean, I'm here. I'm answering.
Grilling of Terry Lynn is kind of disgusting. I don't understand what we're
fuck.
grilling Terry Lynn.
I don't know
I'm
why
not sure
Terry
what
Lynn
the
is in the
fuck
middle of
has
this.
to do with any of this. To be honest, this is about Krama Reels and her bullshit. I mean,
Well, because people were saying that people were saying that Terry Lynn was best friends with Krama Reels, right?
What's the problem with that? Everybody has a best friend. I'm not going to beat the.
Because, bitch, I started asking questions about Krama Reels, and Terry Lynn comes out to answer them. It was fucking weird. It's still fucking weird. Terry Lynn inserted herself in front of Krama Reels, which was fucking weird. And Terry Lynn has been in contact with every single person that I've ever spoke to, creator in chats. They've all been on the phone with Terry Lynn, which I was like, what the fuck? Listen to what. Here's my comment. Nope, no questions right now because I will never fuck with Terry Lynn, period, after signing stuff for At Night. Krama Reels is a liar. So until she gets to talking truth, I've got no use. I'm waiting for their next spin.
Fuck out of my best.
There's my arrogant ass right there. Nope, I'm good. Thanks,
friend.
carry on.
I don't know what she does in her life every single day. Like, I'm not.
There was confusion about where Krama Reels came from, and did Krama Reels come from? Like, did Krama Reels come from?
She did not. No, and
here. That's why the questions.
And many of you understand what I was doing. No, I'm not here to ask these people questions. And Queen is doing everything. Can you get up here and ask questions? Because I don't want to talk about this anymore because they knew I wasn't going to back the fuck off. I wasn't about to back off.
They're going to Terry Lynn. It's not like a grilling. It's just because she's the
Sure does.
missing piece regarding the confusion around Krama Reels.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Gracie, who people were not, you have people that were putting out that Grace's Gavel had not, and Terry Lynn had known each other for 10 years. Some people were saying that was not true. They just confirmed Grace's Gavel and Terry Lynn have known each other for 10 years, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Actually, it's like 10 and a half years, actually.
Then you have Terry Lynn getting upset at Grace's Gavel because Grace's Gavel didn't delete a comment about her.
No, no, that's not it. So it doesn't. I'm not want to go into that.
Well,
so what's your point about them knowing each other for 10 years and all that stuff?
Yeah, good beat, Tim. All deflection. All of it was deflection. Where did these people's brains go? How did these people, how are they falling for this shit? Anybody?
Minnie from Sebastian, not Minnie from Purse Minnie.
Right. I've said yes.
Correct.
She's,
okay.
What the fuck?
Nonsense is live is confirmed. Blank.
She's not Minnie from 90 Days. There's a Minnie that is in 90 days, but I'm not friends with that lady.
Right.
Yeah, I think we all
that's
knew
the
it was
thing.
Minnie.
There's people that are confused.
So they're up there talking about Terry Lynn, and I'm like, fucking Terry Lynn's irrelevant to what I'm looking at right now, even though I know she's involved in all the fuck shit. That bitch was passing my dogs around with Julia, the dog handler. Nope.
I didn't know, and I didn't want to see it either.
Nonsense is here. Minnie was involved in the blob photo. Yes, that's true. She wasn't well. So was Grace's grandma. Was you involved in it too, or no?
No,
Queen is spitting and sputtering. She's like, shut the fuck up,
ma'am.
nonsense.
You wasn't. Okay. So
No, when we were on the phone, it was
it was grandma.
It was Star, me on the phone. Star, me, Grace, Freedom. Shit, a Minnie, Lynn.
Star was on there too.
Yes.
wasn't.
So you guys were on the
Oh,
phone.
yes,
you
she
talked
was.
this together on the phone. You were like, okay, let's get a video or let's make a photo and say it's them.
No,
No. This is after the fact. This
I
is how
will explain
found
it.
out.
I will explain it because Terry does
Mhm.
squirrel a little bit. After everything happened, and it was announced it was going on Nancy Grace and they were fighting, there was a call that was placed. Terry Lynn and I was basically playing referee at that point.
Jesus.
Neither one of us had anything to do with that photo, didn't know about it until this bullshit happened, and they were fighting in this mod chat. Justin's mods versus Gracie and Minnie, Star kind of bullshit. It was a bunch of drama.
It's a bunch of fuckery involving missing child's case. Like, that's the part that fucking irritates the piss out of me, is because all of this involves a missing child's
I'm
case.
going to. I'm going to.
This isn't stuff that Nonsense is pulled out of her ass.
It sure wasn't, and it sure still isn't. Isn't that ironic? Okay, let's just keep on with my little timeline here, because this isn't even the content that I plan on doing for today, because Queen, I'm going to be back on that ass, but this is a big thorn in your side. So this is February 7th. So as you can see, they're finally realizing I'm not shutting the fuck up. I'm just not doing it. I have questions. I don't care. And the fuckery going on was irritating me. So Terry Lynn had been asked about a video that an interview she had done with Seth Rogers for like a year. I found out Body had asked about it. Chroma Chronicles was trying to get it from Terry Lynn. Numerous people had asked her to unprivate that video she did where there's like Seth Rogers up there for, I think, like 4 or 5 hours asking or answering questions. I think it's from March 12th, 2024. She wouldn't unprivate it. Well, the night of February 7th, wouldn't you know, she unprivates the video of her and Seth and gives it to Queen.
Yes. Was making.
Which caused a little bit of a chaos, because people are like, so you've been asked for this, and now that you guys are caught up in a bunch of fuck shit, you're going to all of a sudden release this video. Okay, interesting. Well, it even gets more interesting, because not only did she do that, but lo and behold, in the midst of this, here comes Chris Proudfoot. So the last time Chris Proudfoot had been on a panel until the other day was this time. This with Queen Bee and Terry Lynn.
Furniture to everybody just because it's now.
Hold on. Let's find when he comes up. This is the last time Chris had been seen on a panel.
I think it was like after came and he banged through.
Let's see. Where does he actually pull? There we go.
You're up here with us, Chris.
Hello.
Hello, Chris. How are y'all?
Good. How are y'all?
All right, I guess.
Oh shit. They're gonna say that's me now.
So you wanted to
but you're
ask
my
a
mod
question.
or you're my alt.
Yes. Because that just got brought up again. And
Sure did.
Seth said
Queen is also who was close with Terry Lynn.
If you remember, that they like tore up his room, right? Looking. But it took him a week to find the money he had stashed under his mattress.
No, that's actually a lie.
Thank
There was no
you.
money stashed up underneath the mattress. Now, what the actual story there is, yes, law enforcement went through Sebastian's room thoroughly.
Mhm.
Now, to what level of
And look, no lies to tell. I have no idea why he popped up this night. Did I sit back and go, huh? Now this is really strange. I'm putting heat on some fuckery that's happening. The crew that tried to create, Hank, leave her alone, sir. Get away from her now. Get away from her right now. Get away from her. You ornery poop. Hank's messing with the old lady. I thought it was really odd because we're asking questions around people that tried and were a part of creating an image. I thought the timing of it was very odd, but who knows? I've never understood why he pops up on the drama panels, but never on actual true crime channels. I don't know. Something that's always stood out to me.
thoroughly is depends on the person. Now, Sebastian had a piggy bank that had money in it. Piggy bank was in his bedroom, or excuse me, in his closet on the floor with no money in it. So that was one of the questions why they kept asking if Sebastian had any money.
They start going over details and whatnot of the case. Now, that's not really important. You could go watch that if you want. Sorry, he's bugging Bella. I told you to leave her alone, you rotten poop. You are being a bad boy today. Leave the Bella alone. He pops up randomly, but there's some interesting timing of it all. Interesting timing of it all. But I find it really interesting because Terry Lynn has been involved in so many things around their child's case. Like from phone calls being released, things.
House and had money with it.
I don't know.
Like I said, everything has been left on the table. Nothing's come off the table.
Did he teach him how to carry a wallet and all that stuff, though? Was that for real? And how to do a bank account, or is he full of shit on that? Pull off.
So my statement about this is as true as I can to be. What he did at his father's house, I don't know. What he did at our house is on
Okay, so he pops up. Could it be coincidental? I don't know.
parented this thing.
But it seemed really interesting. Well, I decide table it. Not worth. I don't think I've ever even watched this whole thing, this interaction or anything. But this picture here, Katie being stalked, pedicure, manicure place, all this stuff, like weird shit. Okay, timing of this is just weird. The whole thing was weird.
I appreciate it.
To do that tonight. So whether you have a YouTube, you can make a community post.
Barbecue pops up. Okay. February 8th was my panel. I'm not going to pull it up. We all know what it is. I don't need to go through that. I just needed to show you a few of those timeline pieces if you don't know. And this goes back to, you can go back even further. You can go back February 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all of that, and see how rattled they were and how much they were talking about or trying to piece together and shut me up about, trying to direct it back to Jay, and all this stuff was back to Jay, and Kramit's not involved in any of this shit, and Drama Reels isn't doing anything, and it's Jay doing this. And I was like, the fuck it was. So February 8th, I finally took the time to bring my questions to the forefront. Actually, I will pull up my library quick, just for shits and giggles. So I did Super Bowl Sunday because just like today, I had a lot of fucking questions and I couldn't place them. I could not in my brain wrap my head around, okay, wait a second. But you're trying to tell me that this is going on. And I start this live off by saying this. Eyes wide open. These distractions have been among.
Yep. Unfortunately, Molly was one of just a multitude
It's a nonsense
of
inception.
people lying and concocting stories in Marvon McRae's story. It was a incredible tragedy. But you will never try to give. And then Laura goes on to say that I then sucked Queen Bee's ass. I didn't even know who Queen Bee was until like November when the Quentin Simon situation happened, because I was detailing Marvon and the two worlds collided in Georgia. Had no idea who she was. And then, no, I've coexisted with Queen, but never once have I rode Queen Bee's ass for subs, period. I coexist with a lot of people, but you will never attempt to
Oh, did I use the word friend? No, I didn't. I coexist.
give my channel or credit to my channel to a fucking soul outside of me and my Islanders. Yeah, that's right. 1973, people did think I was, BHB did think I was Queen Bee. That did happen until they horribly doxed me. And then even after I was doxed, then BHB called and used a address for like 15 years ago to try and threaten me. Talk about crazy shit. I have never been afraid. The moral of the story here is to Laura and anybody else that needs a reminder. I have never been afraid
Clues Queen, I got up this morning and was like, I need to process this shit publicly.
to stand on my own. Not once. I don't go along with the fuckery
Hey, Leo.
to save anybody's ass. Period. I don't care who it is involved in the fuckery. I don't care what it is. At the end of the day, I care about the truth. And I have some extreme hard lines. Some of you might differ on your hard lines. But my purpose and my intent is going to always remain to expose the people who continue to use these tragedies, missing children, for self-serving gain.
Looking at
Laws
you,
have to
Queen.
change. And when I say
Looking
my
at you,
intent is
Clue.
to expose these people, all you have to do is highlight them. They expose themselves. I've never wavered on that. One thing you will never do unless you concoct some fucking fabricated screenshots is catch me up in this bullshit fuckery today, tomorrow, or any other day. I don't dox
Nope.
people. I don't run around here on all
That's why, as of today, August 25th, 2026, the now new rumor that they're running with is that I have been in contact with at night. Something that will never happen. They can take every device that I have. You will never find contact with anybody in at night or associated. That's not what I've ever done. Never have I ever.
alt stirring shit.
But I won't shut the fuck up.
I don't see anybody out here as competition because none of you are competition. I'm my own competition. I do what I want, how I want. I'm damn good at what I do. A lot of people tried to come at me sideways over my reality because they thought there was going to be some big exposure or I was going to dox her. You're not paying attention to anything I've ever done if you thought that that's what I was going to do. And I'm sorry to disappoint you that I didn't go fucking harder on her and or dox her.
Same.
What?
This changed everything.
I've always stood on using somebody's own words, their own pattern of behavior, their own history. I was super easy on reality for a purpose.
Sharon,
Like I said, you let their own
welcome to the cabana. Thank you for becoming a member.
words tell their story. I don't have to fuck around.
Clippity clap. Thank you
I
for
don't
the
have to
floaty
run
heart.
here and there. I don't have to go to Discords and create a fucking group to attack when I say attack or to withdraw
Looking at you,
support from
Clue.
people.
Looking at
This
you,
Discord
Clue and
shit
Queen.
is about fucking enough for me.
Ah,
I don't like any of it.
ah.
But we're going to come to the point today
February
where you're gonna know
8th.
some very hard lines. And I speak for me and my channel and the community, I hope, that sits beside me. If we actually stand for something and want to see change come to these victims and their families, then there has to be a fucking hard line. No,
I
I'm
said
not
what I
a
said.
second chance type of person. Never going to be. There's no second chances for people who intentionally try to create, concoct, or interfere in an investigation
over the disappearance of a missing child. Period. And before you run to Discords and tell people that you don't like how today is. It's been mentioned quite a bit. Leo, when we talk about Terry Lynn, or she gets brought up, people always talk about her history. There's been a lot of disclosures on Terry Lynn's history. Starting off or sounding, or maybe listen for once instead of just being so fucking mind fucked over the reality of what we're seeing. I've never been afraid to stand beside myself. I've never been afraid to call out fuckery, no matter where it lies. I knew what was going to happen. But sometimes, and many of you know this about me, you fall back and let people play their hands. And you do. So we're going to start off today easy. I'm going to give you a little buffer so we can have some laughs. Because trust and believe, when I'm done with you today, you won't be laughing. You won't be laughing at all. Because what I am seeing currently is a bunch of fucking people who have some sort of jealousy or animosity towards each other, who have done everything to stir shit. You're use okay. Alts, use other people to do a bunch of dirty shit. I don't like any of it. And I knew what I was going into, Joe, and said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm over it. I don't know where this is going to go. Now, the Julia side piece, what I was not expecting, that piece of it came secondary, but I was already headed down this path. Really fucking sick and tired of my concerns being diminished to something that Jay did. This has nothing. What I am bringing out didn't come from fucking Jay. It came from me watching and paying attention and putting pieces together. Chroma Reels brought attention to me herself by reminding me that she is Terry Lynn's best friend. This is February 8th. I have an issue with Terry Lynn. You want the list? I'll give it to you today. I'm going to give you my opinion on Chroma Reels with facts. Cram it with facts. Brookie Cookie situation going on. Going to bank off of some of the stuff Truth said that I've been coming across that doesn't make sense to me. With facts. We'll do that in a second live today. I had to walk this through today. The Discord fuckery. She is. With Jay. She's with facts. Crazy. Yeah, it's gonna be a wild ride. Just another troll. I agree. I suggest you get your helmets on. That was my intro that day on February 8th. They were trying hard. You can go back and watch it. You don't have to take my word on any of this. Hey, McLovin, you don't have to take my word on any of this. You can go watch the timeline yourself. Things were brought to my attention that I didn't like where they were. I didn't understand it. I couldn't place it. It wasn't, it was a mess. It was an absolute fucking disaster of shit that was going every which way. February is when I start reviewing Truth in that live stream. Truth came up on that panel, which now Truth has said he wasn't even there. Like, I don't know how the fuck that happens or what he's doing with that or any of that shit. But he has actually said things like he wasn't even there that day. He absolutely was. Queen came in fucking hot. Actually, let me show you that because that is so fucking telling. When Queen came up that day, I made the cardinal sin of questioning Queen. So Truth hopped up. Here. With all due respect, Queen, I didn't have these questions yesterday. It wasn't until Truth did that live stream and I was able to watch it after the... I'm even respectful. She's like, questions yesterday. It wasn't until Truth did that live stream and I was able to watch it after. And here's Queen. Cramit has been with Jay this entire time. So I believe Jay did his shit on purpose. The races. There's her little fucking Lori facts. That I even had these questions about the Eat My Brookie Cookie. So these weren't questions, and Terry Lynn was up there. You ain't ever gonna get me on a panel with her because I will lose my ever-loving fucking hell. Because that bitch is nothing but a fucking messy bitch. But I think from what I'm learning, Joe, is he has been told privately over and over again that this all started because of stuff that I knew about Sebastian's case. It had fucking nothing to do with it. I was addressing truth because Clue told me to go watch his live stream of who doxed him. And I had more questions than answers walking away from that. I had way more questions walking away from his exposure of who doxed him than I did anything. And then all these pieces collided at once on this fucking panel.
Well, see, that's kind of.
But truth, this is the first time truth became a factor to me. But I think what I'm learning from truth is truth has been told something privately or independently because he continues to say that I've called him a predator. I've called him a pedophile. I've done all these things. I've done content on him for a year and a half. It all cycles around. No, it doesn't. You weren't even a factor until that. And Clue is the one who pointed me in your direction. After it sounds like you were handed that shit intentionally with massive holes directly from Kramit and Chroma Reels. None other. They were the ones who fed that information to Charming Jenna, which she admits in this live stream. Let me drop it for anybody that hasn't seen this. Kramit and Chroma Reels, it comes to light in this one that Kramit and Chroma Reels are the ones who are sending Charming Jenna the information, and Truth is running with it publicly to say that this is who doxed him. It wasn't. It never was.
What happens when we start, covering things, because it does start putting things together for other creators.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why I was like, wait a second here.
Yep.
This doesn't.
I didn't even see what was going on here. But Clue and Cletus always handling shit.
Makes sense though on this one. And Terry Lynn, like that part of it, nothing that I have questions for. She's just a messy bitch and a whole other side piece of it. I mean, she seems to be linked or friends with, these are all people that are friends with her or whatever, but I don't ultimately know that she is involved.
So this is the day after Chris Bradfoot was on panel last. He hadn't been on panel until the other day, February 7th till the other day. Look at what's kicking off. And what's crazy is Chris Bradfoot recently had a phone call with somebody that I get along with and told the person on the phone, so I heard Nonsense is losing her mind. Huh? Sir, what? Come the fuck again? So the same time he talked to Queen, he was checking in on where everybody is and who's doing what in the drama arena. And actually stated, I heard Nonsense is losing her. I wasn't on the phone call, but I trust the person. Oh yeah, I noticed the comment on the screen, Mercedes, for sure. Really? I'm losing my fucking mind, am I, sir? Am I?
In that shit. She was just a sideline distraction yesterday. Chroma Reels didn't take that link, but then makes a fucking post hours ago and says she's being impersonated. Get the fuck out of here. What?
I was needed to be controlled opposition, Clue's Queen. That's why I got thrown a wrench on her channel. That's why she said publicly that she talked to me. Clue. Yep, sure did. Yep. Recently. Yeah, like 3 weeks ago. He reached out and contacted. Yep, sure did. Sure fucking did. Yep. Sure did.
What up?
Clue and I rarely spoke, but she told everybody publicly I spoke to her, and I don't know how much she spoke to the other people, so I don't fucking know. I talked to her more than I talked to any of the rest of them. Like Queen, hardly ever. So yeah, that was truthful that I spoke to Clue more than Queen ever. Granny, occasionally when Granny needed something, she'd call me. Otherwise, yeah, no, that was all optics. I was controlled opposition. I was the rogue person that they couldn't control. Keeping me focused on shit that didn't matter was important, wasn't it?
Bitch, yeah.
What up?
Hey, Queen. This shit's just losing.
Yep.
I just want to go back over into my little corner.
Yep. Truth. And that's what I'm kind of like. I'm just done with the fucking games. I'm done
Yep,
with the fucking
sure is.
sideline shit. I'm done with the fucking. This has been.
He's got my fucking phone number, Joe. He's not blocked or anything, but he's got my phone number. Why didn't he call me? Oh, that's right, because I have nothing to do with them. Haven't since 2024. a few text messages about the mini cows. I showed you guys that. I have nothing to fucking hide. Nothing to hide. But don't you find it fucking ironic that the Clue and Granny, let me be very fucking clear. I don't know what the fuck you two are up to. Queen, you're a side piece of this too, but you're protecting your own bottom line and just fucking are a useful idiot. But I question your involvement in all this shit too. I was the one rogue fucking piece. So was Jay. Jay and I could not be controlled. Jay and I don't go along to everybody else's demands. Jay and I were needed pieces that either we were able to be controlled, and as soon as they noticed that Jay was not able to be controlled because she went in and asked a fucking question without permission under an alt, she needed to go. Now it's this whole thing of her and Chris Proudfoot talked so much. No, they fucking didn't. No, they didn't. I believe Jay 100%. She has nothing to hide and she would put it all out on the table. Trust me, she would. That's not the truth. She got uncomfortable, stopped talking to him a long time ago. I didn't talk to him anymore outside of 2024, had 2 calls with him. I couldn't be controlled. Neither could Jay. Guess who controls everything around this case? None other than Cluminati. Guess who is the one who has ran all the rumors through the fucking pipeline of all the salacious shit, handing it off to people? Truth, in my opinion, was filled with all of this information because of his connection and his childhood trauma. There's a part of me that feels bad for him. There's a part of me that does feel bad for Elevated Truth because I think he disclosed his trauma. Maggie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate you.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. We got
Granny cares about Granny and that's it. Granny is the victim of everything, but Granny is highly involved in all of this shit. 100%. There you go, Dusty with the good hair. But Clue has been involved in all of this shit right alongside of parents. Sorry, it's just what it is. Whether you like it or not, that's on you. You have to sit with that. But I think Truth disclosed his trauma. And I think Truth was gassed up and told a bunch of shit in hopes that it would bother him and he would spew it publicly. That's why I think they told him that if you need to release this stuff, we will stand beside you. And then when he releases the stuff, they all know the same things. They were on the calls with him. Obviously, they know the same exact things. When he decides to release this, they said that they're going to stand beside him. And then they got, oh, nope, sorry. He went rogue. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He's been gassed up to release this shit for a long time. Guaranteed. I think it ate at him. I think because of his own personal trauma, which I don't fault him for. That's nobody's fault. But I think he's been gassed up to believe that I've called him a predator, a pedophile, all these things never fucking happened. I also think that he's been told that I have been attacking him for a year and a half somewhere, somehow. I don't know. And Truth just believes a lot of the shit that these people tell him. Not a fact. And even then, my questions were the intentional misinformation and targeting of Jay, which led us to realize that they intentionally set her up. He was a part of that. He was a part of trying to set Jay up. Whatever is going on here is outside Jay and myself. That's why we are the fucking demons. Whatever is going on is involving that group. It's Clue, Granny, Queen, and parents of missing children and Elevated Truth. There's probably other hands involved in it that are useful pieces, but I'm sorry, that's what it is. Don't like what I say? Try me again. Clue threw a wrench on me publicly to show trust, control, and alignment. She didn't fuck with me. I called her out on Queen's panel and called her a motherfucking liar to her face. I'm the only bitch that has had any balls to do that to that bitch. None of the rest of them will do it, even though they fucking know what she is. You think that she was going to accept me back in her good graces? Come the fuck on. I called her out on her racist shit and then proved that she's a fucking liar? Come on, people. You think I didn't clock that shit? I knew there was something else going on here. I just couldn't piece it together and was willing to try and figure it out. And willing to give grace because none of it fucking made sense. But there is something else going on here. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Elevated Truth releases everything that he has been holding back because these people have been gassing him up and gassing him up and gassing him up to the point, sorry, but he snapped. He needs to regulate his trauma. He absolutely does. And they used that as a weapon to try and control him, emotionally manipulating him. Now, he has a hand in a lot of this shit too. I'm sorry, it does. But his best friends say that they're going to stand beside him. And look what they did. Look what they fucking did. He's made a lot of mistakes. He's gone at me. By the way, Elevated Truth, I'll get to that later with you and Julie. But the fucking bullshit and the constant, my dad's death certificate, I didn't bring that up, sir. Not at all. You tried to use that as a fucking whole concocted lie. I would love to know. Truth, would you please do me a favor and tell me who the fuck told you that day that I said you sexually assaulted or you were involved in a sexual assault? Please tell me who the hell told you that I said you were involved in sexual assault around content violation. Who sent you that message that day? I would love to fucking know, because my hunches are it was probably UA or Charming Jenna, or maybe even Clue herself, because you've been gassed up to believe a lot of things about me, sir, that never happened. I didn't talk to you about you once to your best friend, Clue and Cletus, not a single fucking time. Not a single time. You were off limits. I don't like you. They know that. You were just not a factor. Cram it. I'm going to get to you later, either today or tomorrow, but I will be going over the messages that Jay released, because just like I expected, there's a lot more involved with Cram It. And that's why Queen has been scrambling and fucking dodging everywhere. Her fucking manic giggle the other day, going back to every time she needs a fall guy, she goes back to Cram It. No, the fuck I don't. That's fucking bullshit too. Why are you guys lying about everything that's right in front of everybody's faces? And why the fuck did Chris Proudfoot call and say that I was losing my mind just a few weeks ago? I bet some of you wish I would lose my fucking mind, huh? Because at the end of the day, I'm the only one that has stood here and told you guys I won't fucking play these games over and over and over again. I'm not losing my mind. It's right in front of our faces. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I don't appreciate any of it, because at the end of this, there is dignity of a minor child that is being smeared for games. I don't fucking know. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea where Sebastian is. No clue. But the games are disgusting, and they're fueled by the very crew that looks at you in the face and says they care about Sebastian. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Turned upside down for no reason. Like, and all of this is off the back of Sebastian Rogers. Every bit of this is off the back of Sebastian Rogers. People are being doxxed. Shit's being thrown here or there. You know, I get we're not all going to see eye to eye and get along and shit, but there used to be at one point in time, like this blob photo. Like I said, this shit, like all of this, that wasn't my issue with Chroma Reels. Chroma Reels brought her attention and vision. She brought her ass right to me.
Yeah, see, I didn't know all this, but that's why I asked you yesterday if you wanted to.
Well, I'm going to leave you with, oh, I just choked. Sorry. I choked on my Diet Coke. Oh, I'm going to leave you with this. Oh, goodness. Hold on. Yep, Joe, that's a great example. Oh, I hate that one. Oh, hold on. It went down the wrong pipe. Oof. Julie was a nuclear option because none of them fuck with her. And you'll see that later. We'll go over Julie's life. Oh my gosh, I hate when that happens. It hurts. Ugh. That sucks. My eyes started watering and everything. Anyways, I'll play this right here because this is so telling. But at the end of the day, what I hope you guys gain from this is, yeah, I'm okay. Sorry, it went down the wrong pipe and it hurts so bad when that happens. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I really don't. There's layers and players. And you've got a man and a woman on Kick controlling a lot of bullshit who have direct connections to parents, playing fucking games, always have been, but seems like useful games. Because if you're really trying to bring awareness to your missing child, why aren't you going on big true crime channels? And I mean actual ethical true crime channels. Why are you going to drama channels every time? The last time we saw him, February 7th, when hell was breaking loose and they were trying to target Jay and make her the fall guy. And I was like, nope, that's not going to happen. Let's put the pieces where they are. And then the Julie side, that was just a whole thing to fucking continue to go at BJ because that's another side of this. BJ isn't involved in this either. When you piece it out and pull it apart, there's things that just will never make sense. And then them showing up the other day, no. That's why people were vetted, in my opinion, to see who would run with shit to release it publicly. I believe that certain people were picked to disclose this information to because they intentionally thought that this would make its way public and smear the dignity of the missing child. I think Elevated Truth and people like Granny were told things intentionally to try and get them to run with it and release it. Clue and Cletus told me some things privately about their theories and thoughts, thinking that I would spew it. Nope, never going to do that. Never going to anything. We'll never talk about his case like that. Law enforcement will figure it out. And I hope that if somebody did harm Sebastian, they are fully served the justice they so fucking deserve.
Come up so we can try to get to the bottom of it because they didn't say much about any of it yesterday either. I didn't see any posts made until this morning when somebody screenshotted it to me.
But why? Why hurt his reputation? Because some kids unfortunately harm people's family names. Even though this happens, shit like this happens. But sometimes when you're being made up to be a monster, I think it's more convenient to put that on a missing child. And I'm sorry, that's just where I sit. I'm sick and tired of the fucking games, and I'm sick and tired of being put into them. I don't have nothing to do with this shit. There's a lot of self-serving need in this arena. And a lot of shit that has been nonsensical bullshit, distraction, deflection, and a lot of bullshit. A lot of bullshit. It sucks. It really fucking sucks. But yeah, well, the thing about it is they're gonna need to get a lot louder because the more they say I'm losing my mind, the more I'm just gonna prove publicly that these are just the things that happen. Nobody has to wear a tinfoil hat. There's been different elements to this. This is why I kind of walked it through the different factors and stuff. And there's been a lot of sideline shit. Like, why do you think that when Clue released my messages and it didn't get the reaction she wanted, she went scouring back through our messages? Guaranteed she didn't show you the picture she sent me that she AI'd of Jonesin, but she definitely found the picture of Jonesin or the text of Jonesin that I said to her that I wanted to like knock her in the face or something. I'm sorry. Why do you think that was done? Because they know Jonesin will react and they were trying to get me to go back and forth with Jonesin. Why do you think that Queen, after a year of telling everybody, it wasn't me that doxed Nunya. It wasn't. I confirmed her last name to her. That was it. She had all that. There was no discussion of her address or anything. Why do you think Queen did that just the other day? Because she hopes that I will start fighting with Nunya and those guys. Again, Jonesin and Nunya will go at me and try to discredit me. Nah, not interested. Jonesin has been a factor in a lot of their games when they need somebody else to pile on because Jonesin is always a willing participant. Jonesin always is a willing participant in smearing me. Same with Nunya. And I'm sorry, if you think I owe Nunya a fucking thing, please save it. I have been through fucking hell and back with that group of people. They weaponized a missing child. Information around a missing child that was a fucking lie from Amethyst since October to push me. And sat by and did fucking nothing. And if you think I owe her shit, all I did was I didn't dox her. I would never put her family in jeopardy. And you know what? That was a fucking year ago. And the fucking outrage and the, oh my God, she confirmed her last name. Nothing fucking happened. Not a goddamn thing happened to her. Queen already had that information, and I'm not the one that she got it from. Will never be me. I would have never fucking done that. But yeah, she had your name. Every time they need somebody to come in and handle me, they tap in something, they bring something out of, oh, Nonsense said something about Jonesin. And if you can't figure it out, Jonesin and Nunya, you're as fucking dumb as I thought you were to begin with. Come at me all day long. Soup, chasing, all the rest of you that have this outrage. Why don't you ask them questions? Why don't you ask them what the fuck they've been doing to me using a missing child's case when Nunya fucking knew? I'm going to go before I get real fucking pissed. Because one by one, I'm going to show you who these people are. Every one of them. You know how they do that. Oh, hey, can you stop? Why are you boys pestering your sister so bad today? Why are you? Excuse me. Look at them pestering her. That's fucking right. Look at them. Big bullies. Leave her alone. Where'd you go? You big bullies. Leave her alone. Yep. Sam. Yep. What do you mean? I'm not saying they're guilty of anything, Tebow Michelle, as far as Chris and Katie. I have no idea what happened to Sebastian. I think Sebastian could have walked out, said, fuck it. I'm walking out. That is not what I'm saying. I do not know anything. If we were talking about Sebastian's case, when it comes to Sebastian's case, let me be very clear. I have no idea the answers of Sebastian's case. I haven't followed it like that to even tell you a solid theory. Okay, you two, stop. No, stop. I have no idea what happened to Sebastian's case. But what I do know is that there has been a shit ton of games in his case used for it. I have no idea who's involved. Like I said, I hope if something happened to him and somebody is responsible for it, they're brought to justice. I don't have the answers of why Chris and Katie pop up on the drama channels around what they do. I don't have an answer to him continuing to be invested in the drama. Don't have a clue. I don't know why you can befriend the people you can. I don't know. I have none of these answers. I have no idea. Law enforcement is in charge of the case. All I'm going to look at, we don't talk about Sebastian's case. That's not what we're going to do. They're playing, Layla, and they want Bella. They're like bugging. See, look, hold on. I'll show you what they're doing. Every time I do this, so they get down. They're bugging their sister, and she's 16. Oh, what are you talking about then? Tell me. Oh, to Nunya? Tebow Michelle, if you don't know the history of Nunya and myself, Nope, we're not doing that. I don't want to hear this. Something could have happened. You know what? Something could have happened when she was befriending and playing nice with the very people that were going to her about swatting and doxing. Like, if you don't know the history between Nunya and I, you're not going to understand. And I don't care to weaponize or not weaponize, even discuss it. I don't care to even discuss it. Queen already had that information. You're coming for the wrong person. And I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm so sick of this. Something could have happened. Something could have happened to me and my fucking family when she was playing with the very person who did go after my real life, who still today I'm dealing with shit that Nunya did and being blamed for by Veda and EKC. When I wouldn't entertain them, she would. The very people go in real life. There's a lot of fucking history. So me confirming her last name to Queen? No. Absolutely not going to happen. And I'm not going to take that on the chin. And if I need to do a fucking history lesson of all the people that she's involved with and directly went and ran to when I was running away from them and trying to keep them at bay, well, she sat by her fucking... How do you think of this? Tebow Michelle, and this isn't, I'm sorry, this pisses me off, not to you, this situation. What do you think could have happened by her best friend Joneson putting out here intentionally saying that she wanted to push me using a missing child. What do you think could have happened there? What do you think could have happened by lying and intentionally weaponizing a complete lie from Amethyst about a missing child's case? Do you not know? Have you not seen what Joneson was doing and how she was dangling that information? Sorry. I just don't have a give a fuck to give about confirming her last name, something that she already had. And Queen said it so herself. I just question why all of a sudden, after a year of nothing fucking happening, and me saying, yeah, I confirmed it. I didn't dox her. I confirmed it. Because it's never been about any of that shit. Her best friend has sat there, Joneson, and fucked with me over and over and lied on me at every fucking turn. And anytime Queen and Clue need some little help to try and come at me, they tap Joneson and Nunya and then they come fucking running with their flags. Works like a fucking charm, doesn't it, Clue and Queen? And you know I'll just ignore those bitches because they're irrelevant. Yeah, well, that's the worst thing I've done. And I admitted it. Told you flat out. Yeah, I confirmed her last name. That's it. I don't do that shit. She already had that fucking information. Nunya knows that too. So, with that, I'm going to get out of here and go I got to go get my washer and dryer ready and take everything off the top of it. But I will be back this afternoon. We got dragging of Julie to do. My washer and dryer should be here at 4 to 6. So I got to go run an errand right quick and go to the pharmacy and get my little one's meds. And then I am going to probably come back this afternoon. If I don't come back this afternoon, I will be back. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Over and over and over again. And I'm so sick and tired of them saying like, oh, you notice every fucking time nobody says a word to them. I guarantee Soup, Chasing, all these other ones that have such a problem with me taking accountability and saying, hey, yeah, I confirmed her last name. Yep, I did. I bet none of them have said to Joneson publicly, ever, why the fuck did you lie about nonsense, having information on a missing child's case? But none of them have had the balls to say shit, especially publicly. But yet they're going to jump on this like I did some Cardinals. Then the fuck out of here. They come running when they're gassed up because they're too stupid to pay attention. That's it. Oh, it's a lot down under, dude. Yep. Yep. That's exactly right, Joe. That's all we can do. But I think today just really wrapped up for me, like the big piece of this, the biggest piece of this. I woke up going, holy shit. Holy shit. This has all been crazy. Right. Not even. And here's the thing, Jason, it didn't happen publicly. None of that happened publicly. I didn't have to admit that. You know, I could have easily lied about that. That would have been easy to do. Queen already admitted I wasn't who she got the information from a year ago. A year ago. I could have easily lied and said, no, she didn't have, Queen doesn't have any proof of it either. Not at all. I didn't have to take accountability, but I was like, yeah, I'm going to fucking own that. I did that. I'm going to own that I gave the last name. You're not going to put all this other shit on me. You're not, I've never called her up and talked about her address, but I will take accountability for the things I've done. That's the worst fucking thing I've done to anybody on the internet. And how she is out here talking about how Penelope got treated better than she did. Bitch, I confirmed your last name and that's it. That's all. You want to fucking lie about it and make it something it's not, that's on you. That's on you. Make your performance, do your best. You and Jones are a lot alike. The dramatics are fucking epic. Meanwhile, you lied to me about your involvement with Dre McRae for how long? When I begged you to stop fucking with the people who were going after my real life, you went right to them, became buddies with them, justified their bullshit to me over and over again. And you think I owe you any fucking respect? Nothing fucking happened to you. Nothing fucking happened to your family. And if something did, it would be on Queen and whoever sent her your information, not me. Stop trying to fucking pass this bullshit off that you are so above everybody when you sit by and watch your fucking bitch ass best friends continue to lie and weaponize shit over my fucking head that's not even true. And she doesn't have the balls in her. Well, she shouldn't. She doesn't have the fucking strength to admit when she's wrong. She just fucking looks for the next thing to make a big fucking deal out of. Because instead of admitting she's wrong, which she often is, that's why she didn't get anywhere with exposing Queen Bee. And that's another reason why they're really amped up, because their iTow channel didn't bring Queen Bee to her knees like they wanted it to. It's not me that's doing it. Queen's bringing herself. Like I told Nunya all along, patience is a bitch. And sometimes you just have to sit back and wait. Jonesin couldn't do that. She had to do all the other shit. So that's where that's at. Fucking assholes. Which part, Leah or Sam? Which part isn't weird? Oh, look, Sam, and I've got proof of all this shit. If you don't think for 1 second I've got proof of all of this, I've got proof of everything. I'm assuming you're saying that when I begged her to stop fucking with the people that were fucking with my real life, she ran right to them. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, which part. But I've got proof of everything I said. Every single thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, try me. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of damage that's been done. So the fucking the blowout, the screaming and hollering at me. Holy shit. The worst thing I've ever done to her was confirm her last name privately and nothing. She would have never fucking known if I wouldn't have just said, you know what? Fucking, yeah, just fucking own it. I don't want anybody else blamed for it. So it was nobody around me that doxed her. There's that. Elizabeth, I have no idea. I don't know where. Have no idea. I genuinely don't know who doxed her. I really don't. Queen didn't disclose. She just told me her name and I said, yep. But she had already been saying her name publicly, her first name. I'm assuming she probably had her last name at that time too. But Queen herself has said, like when this happened a year ago, Queen said, Nunya did the same thing, tried to pin it on me, actually tried to weaponize my trauma, everything against me. She's gone after my kid, you know, because she's so above that shit, right? Okay. She actually tried this last year and Queen said it wasn't me. So I don't know who did. Oh, fuck yeah. It's very personal, Sam, because she, like I said yesterday, she's held that knife in my front, my back, and everything. Sure did. And you know why? You know what the fucking kicker was between us? The very person. Oh, God, some of you don't know these people. Beta Jade, the very person who has a Rumble account still today in my full legal name, came out with a lie about being sexually assaulted. And two of my mods, Nunya and another one, went over there and coddled and supported her lies, her entire fabrications of sexual assault, and trying to say that this man, her ex who died, he had just died, and she came on the internet and told an entire fabricated story about how she was held captive, how she was, just horrific stories about this man. They went and supported that. as mods of mine. The very person who had been going real life on me over and over, stalking my family, who still today is doing that because Nunya entertained her, not me. I went the opposite direction. And everybody around me can confirm that. Who was there? I wanted nothing to do with that group. She ran right to him, and I paid the consequences for it. Their games. For 4 fucking years. They ran right to her comment section, publicly supporting her fabricated stories. And yes, they are 100% fabricated stories. Who were outed by the man who died, the ex's sister, put her on Front Street and outed that Veda Jade was lying about the entire story. This woman she added me to court papers. They've been out here saying I wanted to be involved in court. They fucking know. They all know that I was added to court filings. Court filings. Court filings. By Veda Jade. Burnt Toast and myself were both added to court filings of Veda Jades. And now Nunya and her crew will go along and say that I tried to add myself into their court stuff. No, the fuck I didn't. I was brought into that. You want to talk about it's personal? Oh yeah, it's fucking personal because Nunya had no respect or decency for me forever. She played in my fucking face more than any of you know. And that's just the way it is. So my big fuck up of confirming her last name that Queen already had and nothing has happened to her. This shoulda, coulda, woulda. Save it. When your best friend, you've sat by silently as she's tried weaponizing publicly, saying that I knew something about a missing child's case and involved and it would hurt my channel. Like I give a shit. Nah. Mm-mm. And no, I didn't do that to Nunya for revenge. She called me up, said she needed it for her attorney. She told me the name and I said, yeah, that's as simple as it was. No discussion about the fucking address, nothing. Not a goddamn thing. She told me her attorney, and I showed you guys the text. She told me her fucking attorney was handling them because they used a name and did some whatever. Yep. Yeah, Elizabeth, that was never a genuine friendship, though, to be honest. There's a lot of lies in that. But you know what? That's what I'm learning happened. So the best thing out of these spaces, though, has been the people that I do sit with, the good people that I do involve myself with, because they're irreplaceable. And I've weeded through a bunch of shit. So there's that. She knows better than that, but she had to have some, she can't go at Queen. She can't actually place that where it belongs. It's easier to go at me. Oh, so you say no. She's been trying. EKC lost her first channel because of a court order and permanent termination. She'll probably lose her second one too. Who knows? I don't have a clue, but she's got nothing. The Katie Joy stuff has been 6 years, 7 years and counting. And now she thinks she's going to build it with me. Yeah. Ooh. Queen Bee was the same person when you confided that as she was when they sat over there. No? Yeah. That's what slaps me in the face with all of this. Yeah. They were really close with her. I was never. That's very true, Sam. She's the very person that they sat next to with all of this stuff. Yeah. They were friends, not me. So that's that. And again, I would tell you flat out if I knew who it was that she actually got the information from. I don't have that to tell you, but I think people need to either really understand what you're talking about. I don't expect you to be okay with me confirming her name. Just know that the little outrage and the little performance, guess who went right to playing it last night? It's Queen. Queen, because her and Clue, just like I said, Clue released all those text messages. And then when they couldn't get me to shut up, pulled out another one that I said I wanted to like, I don't even know if I said I wanted to curb stomp Joneson or something. I don't fucking know. Punch her in the face. Some shit like that I said about Joneson in a private text message to Clue. They needed a distraction and they know how to get Nunya and Joneson because those are drama. They can't do this. They can't follow shit through. They don't know all the different pieces. They're not capable, which there's an entire fucking group of them doing it. I don't know how they can't piece it all apart. But every time they need somebody else to pile on, and it's always a guaranteed. Because these are the people who say they hate dog piles, but they will be the first to join a dog pile. 100%. I just stand here alone. They all have to. One after another, after another, after another. I'm not going to. Sin, I just needed to address it though, because it was brought up. So that's all it is a distraction. Worst thing I've done. Oh my God. Can you imagine though? When she said that the other day, I was like, oh, okay. I see it. Hold on. Sin, you know how happy I was to be able to like release that yesterday and say, oh, no. I did. I absolutely confirmed her name. Yeah. Yep. I said, yep. That's exactly how it went too. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. That was it. That was as simple as it was. We didn't even discuss her address or anything like that. So I don't know. But the fucking screen fit over it. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I bet that felt good. Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, that sucks. Hey, Karma. Okay. I am going to get out of here and I will see you guys later. We got Julie stuff to talk about later. So, oh, and by the way, please ask them for proof that I'm working with Nick. Please. If you really genuinely believe that, ask for proof for once. Because if they have anything, I would love to see what they're going to come out with. Oh, I'm good down under, dude. I'm good. Look, I just have to, like, there's so many pieces of this that are going on, like so many different pieces and attacks and weird different, like, things that happen. It's wild. It's crazy. But at the end of the day, I can close this at any point in time and walk away. None of this. I could walk away right now and still have the relationships with the people that I've formed. Everything good and nothing different. I have that control. Some of these people are controlled by this place. I control what I choose. And that is a nice feeling. But I also am done taking people's shits. There's a lot of these people who have gotten away with a lot. So it's protecting my mental health by releasing some of this. You want to give a performance, girl? Get that mic and perform, because Clue and Queen playing you for the fucking fools you are. Go for it. Anywho, that is protecting my mental peace by being honest about things. It feels real good. Maybe more people should try it. Okay. Bye. Oh, it's super well. Super well. We're doing good. Leo, we're still doing good. Onwards and upwards. That's right. Yeah, Sweet Sativa, that's the worst part of it. Worst part of it. Oh no. Dolly Parton passed away? Oh gosh. Okay. I'm going to go. Oh, that's sad. Okay. I'll see you guys later. Okay. Bye.